Right, we are back. Almost. Hang on, I'm still on 7 days, aren't I? There we go. Back to WASD. Gotta make your corner of the world better before you can make the rest of the world better. Right. Kitchen's in need of a trash can. As fate would have it, we have trash cans right out here. I don't know if I sorted through this one yet. It's all garbage for the most part. Hey, good morning. Getting warmed up today. We're a little bit low on meaty ingredients here. Do have one stack of ham left. I'm gonna try putting ground beef on a pizza. We'll see if the game will let me do that. Let's get all this stuff thawed. Oh, hell yeah. No, I'm a full supporter of gas station bases. The only slight problem with it is zombies seem to be attracted to gas stations even if there's no generator or anything running. So there is a small possibility that in doing so, you're going to bring more attention than you probably want. But hey, in my humble opinion, it's worth it. Strategically valuable resource. The hotel down the road isn't, I mean, a lot of points of ingress. There's a lot of windows, a lot of doors, a lot of windows. Got some ham cooked up. We're gonna slice that. Yeah. So another thing about the gas station that I really, really like, and I've glazed other bases about this before, but this particular model right here, if you look at the walls, you'll notice that this wall right here that I'm facing, and the north wall, no windows or doors at all on both sides. So any zombies who want to come in have no choice but to go around to one of these two sides, the north or the one of the right sides of the base here. So that limits the amount of places that they can possibly show up, which is actually one of the reasons I love sitting right here now. Whenever I go on a reading spree, I can sit right here, and I can see anybody who comes from the south. Can't see anybody from the north, but I'm close enough I'd be able to hear them from there. And yes, we can put ground beef on a pizza in this game. Hell yeah. Double meat pizza coming right up. Friggin' glorious. I didn't realize the game was going to let us put more than 2 ingredients on a pizza. I'm going to open this can of corned beef. And we're going to put some corned beef on this pizza. And now I'm going to put some olives and hot sauce on it. Olives, hot sauce, and garlic. Hell yeah. It's going to be a good pizza. It is currently worth 164 hunger, and I haven't even cooked it yet. Now I'm going to cook it. It's probably going to come out way bigger than that. what I'm probably going to do is, when I slice it, I think when you slice it, it brings 6 slices. So we'll have to figure out what that's going to come out to. But these will be some nice meaty slices of pizza when it's done cooking. It's probably be the only pizza I get a chance to cook, because there's still no way to make cheese. And cheese is an ingredient you have to have in order to make pizzas yourself in this game. Everything else you can make. But unfortunately, alas, being able to make just one pizza already puts you probably in the top 5% of Zomboid players, just because of how complicated it is. And if you survive long enough, well, does the cheese survive with you? These are the questions. 213 is what the pizza, how much hunger the pizza reduces. So let's see what we slice it up here. 6 slices, okay, so 213 divided by 6. That's going to be about 40 hunger per slice. So what I'm going to do is call this, it's going to be 40 double meat. So when I slice it, each slice will be called a slice of 40 double meat. Which is a, oh no, never mind. It didn't even retain the name. That's okay. That is okay. So 4 of these slices are going to go back into the fridge, and 2 of these slices will go in my backpack. Nice and chunky. A little bit of rain. We did read the aiming book and the reloading book, so we are capable of shooting. Rain, of course, reduces my already low aiming capability even further. Right, okay, so the stairs. The stairs were a little tricky. What I did before I was able to bash a hole in the roof is I had to build stairs outside. You see what this little extra piece of roof is? That's actually the free roof that got spawned when you built stairs, right? So I built stairs right here, outside. I had to build them outside first, and then I went upstairs with my sledgehammer, and I bashed those 3 tiles right there. Unless you do that, you have to, like, build stairs outside, get to the roof, and then bash. You have to use your sledgehammer from the roof down. You cannot do the sledgehammer, you can't, like, sledgehammer a roof from inside. So in order to get it so that I have a staircase that only I can access from the inside, I had to first build a staircase outside, run up to the roof, and then bash away these 3 tiles. Then I could delete this staircase, go back inside and build a new staircase that only I can access, unless the Zeds want to break in, which, you know, good luck. It's kind of silly that we have to do that. I'm still eagerly awaiting the day we can build ladders, or, you know, just something slightly more simple than a godforsaken staircase. Of all the things that could have been added to this game, a ladder would be very nice, but I don't think the devs have decided yet how they want zombies to react to ladders, so that's probably not going to happen anytime soon. Take a look at the generator, see if it needs a touch-up. Oh, hell yeah. We are actually pretty low. I'm going to go get another can of gas, actually. I don't even know if I have another free can. I've been filling them all up with water. But that was highly redundant now. I can put the... I can transfer the water into this dispenser bottle, and then reuse this for gas. Yeah. And to be entirely honest, I might actually move it. This sounds silly, but I might actually, when I get the ability to make better floors, which I don't know if I'm there yet, but when I do, I'm gonna actually probably just build a couple of floors, just, I don't know, like 4 or 5 floors, and then put the generator just on a sort of wooden outcropping, so that it's on an upper level, but it's even further away from where it currently is. And the reason for that is, if I do that, the zombies will be attracted, they'll coalesce even more in the back field here, as opposed to trying to come around to the front. The further in that direction the generator is, the more the zombies will go in that direction. Instead of right now, they're slightly incentivized to try to come inside the base. But if the generator was just kind of on a little wooden outcropping further out in the field, then they wouldn't even. Most of the time, they would just kind of go stand around underneath where the generator is. I need a couple of electrical parts so that I can fix the generator. I also like to leave some electrical parts near the generator. What I like to do is actually give me a duffel bag here. If I get a duffel bag, I can put a duffel bag with some more gas and a set of electrical parts. I don't currently have the benefit of an electrical book, so these fixings of the generator are not generating optimal experience, but that's alright. I'm also getting tired of looking at that ugly bathroom. I'm gonna get it mopped up. Very, very nasty in here. Look at that, just like new. I don't even know if I'm going to keep this bathroom or delete it. But in any case, I will not have dirt on my floors. I think everything is... wait a minute. There's still some dirt over here. Now that I don't need the, I actually do not need this campfire anymore. Now that we have a fryer. Okay, that's a lot of base work taken care of, I think. I'm just gonna leave that there, I think. Therefore I am. The fridge. The fridge is way too much. This is, it's a double fridge, and it's got a lot of room in it, but it's consuming the generator cost of 2 fridges. So I could be cutting my fuel consumption in half right now. I'm going to go and acquire a... What color do I want? I can choose any color I want because I know exactly where to find fridges of all 3 available colors. 4, actually. Unfortunately, there is no blue fridge. If there was a blue fridge, that wouldn't even be a question. I might do white. Chrome is kind of... I feel forced into chrome because of the only available... This is the only available cooking utensil I have right now. Aside from the microwave, I have the regular, or this, the fryolator here. The fryolator only comes in chrome. But I'm not going to let that decide what my color scheme is going to be, because I'll eventually be able to move whatever stove I want. I'm going to go steal my neighbor's fridge here. Now, in order to steal a fridge, what I got to do is take off my backpack and my satchel and probably my guns. There we go. Because I got to have less than 10 encumbrance in my inventory. That will ensure that I can pick up something that weighs 40, like a fridge. And this is potentially enemy territory around the corner here. Weapon in hand. This is actually the house I spawned in. This has a red fridge. I think across the street here we've got a white fridge, I think. Or this might be green. Yeah, this house is green. One of these houses was white. Yeah, here we go. White is inoffensive. It's hard to go wrong with. Oh, what's the plan now? So we're just we're getting warmed up with some base work. A part of that is we're replacing our fridge because our fridge is what if I do white commercial? You know what? White commercial is probably nice. This Biffo restaurant here has got a commercial white fridge. So I can just take the fridge I'm currently carrying, I'll put it in one of these shelves. Oh, wait a minute, this is not white commercial, this is black commercial. I'm gonna give it a shot. I don't know if I've ever done black commercial in a gas station base. Let's see what it looks like. Because it would match something like the soda machine. The soda machine here, this would match the fridge. So I'm gonna take a soda machine with me and we'll see what that looks like. But yeah, the immediate plan is just a little bit of base decoration. I mean, not just decoration, right? It's the fridge that I'm currently using is the big one that's doubling my power cost, so I do need to replace that. Alright, in order to replace what's in the fridge, I need to take what's in it. Let me get a duffel bag or something here. Yeah, we don't actually have a lot of encumbrance left in the freezer. So the cool thing about these double fridges is you don't actually have to be able to pick them up. You just need to be able to empty them. And that's complicated because I actually have a bunch of crap in my, in the fridge. Like I literally was using the fridge as storage. Let's try moving it to this crate here. That may actually be why that crate's there. Alright, now I should be able to just click pick up and that will place the fridge on the ground there. Dropped my duffel for a moment. Unequip the industrial fridge. And yeah, let's place it right there. And now we reload it. So we've basically, by doing this, we've cut our power consumption in half, because the fridge was basically all of our power consumption, and it was a double fridge, so we've cut it in half. Something I probably should have done already. To be entirely honest, I should have done that before I even... If I was really wanted to min-max efficiency, I would have done this before I even got to the point where the power shutoff happened. But that's okay. We're not that crazy here. We're crazy, but not that crazy. And as a fringe benefit, I am now capable of picking up these large fridge parts that are otherwise going to be sitting around and shitting up the place. Let's put them somewhere where they won't bother us. How about on the floor right here? We literally won't be able to see them if I put them in the right spot here. Now, because these large fridge parts are 40 encumbered, so you can only put one on a tile. I do have a chrome counter, actually. Somewhere. Where did I put it? There it is. Oh, I need a hammer. Huh. I have a hammer. I have many hammers. So we have both the soda machine and the espresso machine that should match the black fridge. Oh, I like that. Oh, that's aesthetically pleasing. I enjoy it. Okay. Now we're in an awkward spot where our carpentry is imperfect, so if I try to pick up this bookshelf I made, I might break it. That's alright. It's literally one I made myself. I will go across the street and attempt to steal another steel counter from Spiffos. Emphasis on attempt, because they might all break. But I can gear up now. I no longer need to move fridges. So I can put my gear back on. Last pizza I'll ever be able to make until the game allows us to make cheese. I'm enjoying it while it lasts. Specifically, I was here for not just that, but I need to find my... No, we're good, we're good. Yeah, I'm just going across the street. .5% chance to break still. Let's just play roulette. Failed. Succeeded. Thankfully, these steel counters, I can actually make these with welding later, long time from now. But once you get to high-level welding, you can actually make these counters. So if these break, it's just inconvenient. It's not actually going to set me back. Can I put an extractor hood over top of the coffee machine? Yes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's do the same with the soda machine. Oh, look at that. Oh, I like it. There's no objective need for it. I just like it. I like it. It's making me want to put the oven over there, too. That would require me to move the crates, which is a bit higher of an ask than I was ready for, but whoever said that fate comes when you're ready? I'd like to have a word with them. Oops. So right now I'm going to put all of the liquor that I've picked up. Liquor and soda can go underneath the soda machine for now. Or actually, no. I'll find another home for the liquor. This spare furniture can go under the soda machine for now. I like it. I like it a lot. It makes me want to put another extractor hood over the fridge, but if I do that, that'll be later. I think I'm done with moving that stuff around now, for the moment. Right? Am I done? Yes, for now. We're also cooking the clock just a little bit because we're almost at bedtime here. Oh, I did read the reloading magazine, or reloading book, so I can actually reload a bunch of M9 magazines with a clean conscience, because I will be getting maximum experience for it. Now, I'm a bit of a doofus. I still left my... I have not transferred the ammunition, guns and ammunition out of this vehicle that was just supposed to be temporary storage. So all my guns and ammo are still in this busted up white car here. What I like to do with 9mm is open 3 boxes and then load 10 magazines. Because it's 50 bullets to a box, so you open 3 boxes, you get 150 bullets, and then 15 to a magazine, so take 10 magazines, that's 150 bullets for a magazine. That's the ratio I like to do when I'm doing large quantities of M9 here. This is probably a glitch, but it's in our favor. Magazines are supposed to get heavier as you put bullets into them, but they currently don't. So magazines, you can fit a lot of them in your containers now while you're carrying them around. That probably won't be that way forever. Alright, it is 22:20, that's close enough to bedtime. I'll go ahead and hit the sack once here, and we'll finish reloading overnight. Oh, so one of those magazines that I picked out of the passenger seat was already loaded. Okay, so be it then. And that's currently in my M9 is full. Okay, good. So we have a little bit of book to read. I'm going to go ahead and read Maintenance as an overnight activity to see if I can cook off the remaining night time here. And then maybe we'll have good weather tomorrow. Assuming we have good weather, then I will go out and fight my way to the bookstore here in Riverside. It's not a very substantial bookstore, but it has books. In fact, some of the books that I'm missing right now are actually lower level ones that I would need sooner rather than later. So that bookstore would actually be an optimal target. But the rain has been off and on for about a day here. So we'll have to see how long that continues. If it's, I guess, backtrack really quick. Why don't we want to shoot in the rain? Aiming is affected by the weather. And rain, wind, cloudiness, and most importantly, fog. All those can contribute to reducing the amount of damage you do, or reducing your chances to actually score damage when you shoot a zombie. Even at high level aim, it's a factor to consider even at high level aim. So now here I am at low level aim. I'm definitely thinking about not bothering with shooting. I just let the weather tell me what to do. That's okay. I've got books to read, and the more maintenance I read, the more experience I get when I fight zombies and damage my weapons. Threaten me with a good time. And there's the sunlight. I think that's perfect timing. We're just about to finish the book, and we'll be ready to go out and do some shooting. Let's grab a slice of pizza here. Should have some tape, yeah, so I'm going to see if I can fix my... I can fix my short bat with rake spikes using adhesive tape. And since I just finished reading the maintenance book, I'll get a lot of experience for this. 130. And how much fix did that do? I got it maybe about a quarter of the way through. That's not too awful bad, but I mean, I can make more of these, so I wasn't particularly worried about fixing it all the way. Just give it a little bit more life before it'll probably break sometime today or tomorrow. Can you claim a safe house? So if you're talking about claiming, that makes me think you've tried Rust or 7 Days to Die or something like that. We were just playing 7 Days the other day. There's no particular mechanic for claiming in this game. That said, there may be some other multiplayer-related things that I'm not familiar with. We're playing single player right now, so any mechanics like that I would not be up to date on. Somebody alive over here still? I heard somebody breathing. Oh, to the north. Somebody got into the furniture store? Is there anybody else in here? Still can't move the cribs, I don't think. Nope. That's unfortunate. Someday I would like to actually bring a crib back to my base, you know, for all those NPCs that don't exist. Now, we did an orbit around the hotel here, but we didn't, like, fully clear anything. Definitely still gonna have some interference from this direction. I'm not quite ready to start shooting until I've decided where I want to fight. Or just hitting targets of opportunity until I see a large groups here. There's definitely going to be huge groups in the parking lot of the Gigamart back here. That's almost not even a question. Yeah, there's the tail end of it. And there's not very many low fences to work with down here. I could fix that very easily. Yeah, see, if I want to progress down to the bookstore, I can either do it quiet-like, which means I only have to kill whoever's in the street here, or if I want to go loud, then I'm going to have to start dealing with the zombies that are in the parking lot back there. Because if I start shooting right here, the zombies in the parking lot that we just saw the tail end of, they are going to be coming through these buildings and coming over here to play with us. So I think I'm going to start quiet, and before I hit the Gigamart crowd, I want to see if I can put up a couple of low fences to fight them with. That would be very helpful if I could pull it off. So it looks like we got one in the bookstore already coming out. Number of hits for a rake bat. Feeling weak. This bandana, what does this look like? That's almost desert camo right there. It's a little... That feels like it might be a little... I don't know. I'm gonna hold on to that. That could be a match for desert camo right there. Probably don't even need to pull that crowd to deal with the bookstore, which is right here. A tertiary target is the hair genesis here. We always like to do nice hair colors here on our characters. I don't know if I'll get lucky enough to find the correct ingredients to make an orange hair dye yet. That's not going to stop me from trying, though. The only thing that will stop me from trying is if I actually get a lot of books that are too heavy to carry home with hair dye. Alright, I do not need any of these. I will put entertainment books into the trash bag. Skill books that I actually need can go straight into my backpack here. There may be some duplications. Whenever I'm not sure if I have something, I'll just take one copy of it. Can't hurt. I usually am a little bit more discerning if I'm in the, like, out in the field, like far away from base, but we're close enough to base, I'm not worried about it. I always like this gray lamp, too. I never did find a purpose for this gray lamp when I put together my Riverside base on Annie. Let's see if I can fix that this time around. Hold the phone. RPG manual, Metal Spear 600K. Alright, Indie Stone, alright. It should, the stats for this RPG manual should give you, increase your unhappiness by 5%. Actually, no, this is 1993. This is 1993. 40K was great back in the 90s. Unambiguously. It had just the right balance of goofy and grimdark. Had to show that one to the homies. My friends are mega 40K nerds. Paint many armies. I definitely understand the appeal of painting armies, but many armies? Okay, pick a side, doofus. You gotta have one of every side. Pick one side and stick with it. Agriculture 2. I think that was the only agriculture book that I was missing. So it wasn't what I was looking for, but I'll take it. I may be off on that. I think it might have been 3 that I was missing. We'll find out. Lane's Performance Auto Manual. Hell yeah. That is, that constitutes all 3 books, all 3 magazines, rather, for the, all 3 magazines for the vehicle types. So we didn't find any missing skill books, but we got a bag full of entertainment books, and yeah, that's cool. And an essential magazine. Nothing wrong with eating some pizza while your hands are covered in zombie blood. Good morning. Yep, doing well this morning. We just hit Enigma Books, the bookstore in Riverside. Nothing to write home about, but filled in a couple of blanks. And since we have room, we're going to take a peek at the hair salon. Loot priority is going to be stuff that I can dismantle, small stuff that I can fit. I'll probably come back for the hair dye once I have something in my hands to carry it with. I sit in these yet? No. If you right-click on a salon chair and hit rest, it'll just sit you on the floor. Someday we'll be able to sit in these pretty salon chairs. Today's not that day. Hairspray is a precursor ingredient to make a certain type of bomb. However, you also need what's it called? A box of fireworks to make that same kind of bomb. There are no substitutes. Unless they change that. Hang on. It's the aerosol can bomb. And the only possible, what is this, a primer? Yeah, the only possible primer is a box of sparklers. Those are like 20 times more rare than, than hairspray cans. So we can make one aerosol bomb if we ever get the recipe. All these other aerosol cans, useless for now. Okay, can I move these hair dryers yet? Nope, still can't move those. There is no backroom storage for the hair salon, but rather hilariously, the hair salon has a backdoor access to the fashion, the designer clothes shop next door. Some backroom dealings there. I'm just popping these doors so that I can access them if I ever feel like it in the future. Alright, now we take out a garbage bag and fill it up with hair dye, which we've left on the floor so that we can pick up easily. suppose just one of each of the regular cosmetics, like hair gel. If you have a hair gel, a comb, scissors, straight razor, and hairspray, if you have like those 5 things, I think that means you can do any hairstyle in the game that you want. I think those are all the necessary things. There may be one or two I'm forgetting. So it looks like the only rare hair dye that I've seen so far is a bluish color. The other rare colors that I want, or that would help me with my correct hair color, would be reds. I need anything that would bring the color closer to red. I would even take an earthy brown, but I don't even know if we got any of those. Yeah, kind of. We got one. There's a purplish right there. Interesting. Interesting. We might be able to do something with that, but that's not the primary goal. That's just a tertiary goal here. Ooh, the counters in the center here. I actually forgot about these. Forgot that they could spawn hair dye. Oh, hell yeah, okay. Oh, look at that. We got a vivid purple. Okay, we might be able to do something very interesting with our hair this time around. We've got came away with about, what is that, 20 encumbrance of hair dye? Just grab the electronics that I missed. Looking at these green counters reminds me that I've never tried a fully green aesthetic room in this game. These green counters, plus there are green fridges and a green stove. So it would be possible to do a 100% green kitchen. I've never even considered such a thing. It's not beyond my remit. I could consider something like that in the future. I'm just taking these mirrors because they're lightweight. I don't know if I have room for them in the gas station, but these mobile tool counters are actually kind of neat for decoration because they don't block your movement. You can put decorations on them, but then you can just run right through them. I'm always on the lookout for things that are convenient and aesthetically pleasing. Alright, so my trunk doesn't have a lot of room left. Priorities. We could take a look at the restaurant here. Oh, you know what? We should take a quick peek at the we'll just do a circle around this particular unit to the north of me here, because we've got the Nails and Nuts tool store right there. That is basically a small warehouse tool/warehouse loot table that is right in dead center of Riverside. One of the only guaranteed of its kind. I think I'm hearing a couple of Zeds smacking the fence here, so I'm only going to kill this one and then back away from the fence. Got a cop zombie, but probably no weapons. It's another one of those quiet lungers right here. Oh, he's got a 9. With a magazine and a bullet in it. Hell yeah. Thank you for your service and your service weapon. Shame you don't have a badge. Alright, so this triple unit here with the tool store and the tax house and the fashion home, the whatchamacallit, this is got a basement to it. All 3 of these places do. Which door could that be? That could be a downstairs door, or it could be one of the changing rooms. I feel like we're a little too far away for it to be a changing room. It's probably going to be downstairs. I want to proceed very carefully, though. We'll do one more perimeter check here. Oh, the bathroom. Slim Tax Accounting bathroom. This is the first coffee machine that I'm aware of in Riverside. There may be another that I've overlooked, but they're not as common in Riverside. So I'm taking that. Alright, easy loot priority right there. All the stuff that I picked up from the hair salon is low priority. Good morning, good morning. 07 indeed. So this is the tool shop. Oh, look at that. Got a couple of very patient individuals. Very patient individuals who did not care that I was standing right in front of that door on the other side here. For some reason, these guys didn't see fit to make any noise. Almost as if they're programmed to stand here and be fucking traps for me to run into. Sup, bitch? Yeah, that's right. Get over here. Alright, standard stuff in here, I don't have high expectations. I'll take all these seeds, though. 100% of the seeds. Lightweight and easy to yank. Might as well take electrical stuff that I can dismantle as well. Duct tape and rope. I'm obsessed with collecting buckets, even in late game when I don't necessarily always need them. Still obsessed with grabbing them. Whole ass carton of nails. You don't see that every time you loot this place. Rake head. Here we go. Hey, look at that! A seed packet of tobacco. Look at that! Something I can't actually grow. Couple of mason's tools. That is also not a guaranteed spawn. Ooh, a crucible. Cool. This is the first time I've seen a crucible in here before. Crucible, usually I just make them myself. But I'll absolutely take that one because that's one less thing I gotta do to get started with low-level blacksmithing stuff. Okay. Now, this hole punch thing right here, I thought... This is not a tool. This, at least not yet. This little thing right here, this drill press. It'd be cool if there was a way to use it to, like, I don't know, drill a hole in a steel sheet. And use a steel sheet for something weapon-related, but currently there's nothing you can do with that now. There's a bandsaw in the basement of this place, I believe. Quick exterior check, since we don't have an exterior door. Keep keep an eye out for those silent but deadly assholes. Now, here is the bandsaw I was talking about. It looks like you don't even need power. But, unfortunately, we still can't move these. I've already tried. Metal bandsaws would be... I would probably use them very rarely. They would be more of a decoration for me, but I would still use them for a couple of niche things like cutting sheets, steel sheets. Same kind of loot table down here. Pallets of bricks on the ground. I forgot that those are... these are guaranteed spawns. So even if this place is looted and trashed in your world, if you need bricks, you'll find a few pallets. You'll find many more at the construction sites here in Riverside, but you'll find a few here as well. Yeah, all these tools, everything in here I've got copies of already. There's white coveralls. Okay. Okay, threaten me with a good time. Okay. You know what? That's about all I... Cursory check for glue. No glue. Alright, let's get out of here. We have but a Corvette. It is not exactly meant for massive transportation of loot, but we have got full containers. Productive day. Get some of this shit put away, and woo! Didn't know those guys would be there. All the electrical stuff dumped in here. As soon as I get the second electrical book, Electrical Volume 2, we've got a feast of things to disassemble here. I'm just going to read that Performance Auto magazine right now, because that is something that, well, I'm not going to be touching sports cars until I've leveled mechanics significantly. Just because you're capable of doing it doesn't mean you'll not have like a 70% chance to break something when you try to do something with it. So we're not trying that with any of our sports cars anytime soon. Hey Hassan, good morning. How you doing? Or good evening. Good evening on your side there. We are doing a bit of looting, or doing a little bit of sorting loot now that we've picked some loot up. Let's see if any of the books we picked up belong in our library. I was incorrect about agriculture 2. I was correct about butchering 4, and I was incorrect about cooking 4. Tailoring 4 for sure. So we did come home with 2 new books. Just 2. And this magazine can go in the duffel of mags here. We have all 3 auto mags, and we haven't even had to go out of our way to look for them. That's, for me, that is a momentous thing. I very often will get stuck and not find one of the 3 types of those. All these seed packets, and we still have no garlic. Garlic being, as far as I can recall, the only thing we could plant this month. Duplicate books for the duplicate book god. Except the duplicate book container is full. Whoops. Well, shit. Plenty of welding stuff once we get around to reading the book, which we can do sometime soon now. I'm going to put away this maintenance book that we just finished. And we've actually packaged up the welding books because we have a full set. Should have a dupe of welding 1. I don't know if I do, it's not here. Did I put it over here? Yeah, I've got a couple of dupes of welding here. I'm going to take 1, put it in my satchel here. Yep, B42 is multiplayer. Yeah, B42, the latest version, 42.13, is multiplayer. I have not heard a lot of people complaining about stability, so I think the stability is obvious. Well, I don't even want to speculate too hard on that. I'm just going to say that it feels like a lot of people have been playing it and enjoying it and not running into any roadblocks. So it's probably workable. As with, you know, any Project Zomboid experience, make sure you have a high tolerance for weird shit, and you'll be fine. I do not personally. I'm not doing multiplayer in this game right now. I may or may not do it in the future, but my current appeal for this game is single player only. Rope over here with the rest of the rope. Yep. Let's see what these coveralls look like. It's nice. I like it. So coveralls, I don't actually like to regularly wear them, but what they do is if you're doing a load of laundry, for example, you can put coveralls on, and that'll cover most of your body and keep you from getting cold during the winter. So I like to actually hold on to a pair of coveralls for leave them next to wherever I do my laundry, which is going to eventually be over here. Eventually, I'm going to replace these magazine racks with a washer and a dryer, but that's going to require electrical skills before I can think about that any further. I've already got the rain barrels on the roof. Those are already up there waiting for to be connected to a washing machine someday. But that's, I mean, you know, if I really want to go wash all my clothes, I'll just run down to the river. Let me take a look at something here. An advanced kiln still only costs 20 clay and a mason's trowel. So we could actually build a kiln right now. and nothing would stop us from just, well, at least having a kiln. That's as far as I could go with that for now. Let me start pulling apart the, I'm gonna start pulling apart the, bathroom here. Because, we don't need a bathroom in here. We do our business elsewhere. Unironically, if you're in a situation where you don't have plumbing anymore, don't keep using the toilet. Go do it somewhere else, because the toilet, if it doesn't have any plumbing, then it doesn't go anywhere and it just stays there. Doesn't work without plumbing. Not a good idea. So these partition walls can be disassembled with carpentry, but the little thing that you put the door on does, you need a sledgehammer for that. So we'll handle that with the sledgehammer overnight. It is currently 22:30. That is our bedtime. I'm gonna do a quick perimeter check. It's been a couple of days since I've seen a zombie right here, which tells me we might be overdue for somebody moseying up. No immediate eyes, which means if they come, then they come. There's nothing I can do to stop them at this point. Alright, looking good. For anybody joining, welcome. We're doing some loot sorting and base upgrading here. We are at the Riverside gas station. It is my favorite place to build a temporary base as I put together things, skills, and materials for my final base location, which goes inside the river itself. There have been many times where I've just based up here and never actually got to the point where I built my final base, so honestly, if I had to live here forever, I would not hate it. But I don't have enough room here forever. This is not a forever base. I need more room. I don't know how to build small. I'm physically incapable of it. Now, I am never going to use toilet water as any sort of water source for myself, but I don't mind washing things like boots or something with it. And this sink has sustained me for quite a while, but it has now run its course. Do I have anything to put the sink's water into? I could put a little bit into this dispenser here. And whatever is left, I'll wash myself up with. So just because I don't drink toilet water doesn't mean doesn't mean I'm just going to straight up waste it. I'm still conscientious in that regard, somewhat. Yeah, so the little door mount here, and then there's like a small bit of partition corner. The door right here requires welding, so that's actually that would be a waste of propane to try to disassemble this at my level. I do not care about the light switch in here because this is the lights have almost negligible coverage in there, so I'm not worried about that. So yeah, let's go get the sledgehammer, and we're gonna have to take the disassembly of the men's room there. We're going to have to take the disassembly process in shifts, because the sledgehammer gives you a lot of muscle strain if you don't have long blunt skill, which I do not, unfortunately. So we basically will just sledgehammer like 2 things at a time, and then wait for the muscle strain to go away, and then maybe 2 more things. I'll bite to eat and read for a minute, and then I think we can do 1 more sledging before we gotta go to bed. Alright, 4 a.m. Let's sledgehammer out the door and the door frame. Actually, if we just do the door frame, the door should disappear with it, theoretically. Right? What am I targeting right now? Oh, okay. So I wanted to do the door frame and think it would take the door with it, but it didn't. It just auto-targeted the door. Whatever. Now that was weird. I hit the door frame and then the light switch disappeared. That the light switch was on a different wall, but whatever. All right, I'm gonna do 1 more wall. That'll actually put me in red muscle strain, but I think I can get to bed before the pain builds up. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Damn it! Damn it! I just crossed the pain threshold. Whatever. We have a lot of painkillers. I do not want to, even though I have painkillers, I don't want to go too nuts with that. I don't want to be at the point where I'll still be in muscle strain when I wake up. I need the red muscle strain. I might as well not be combat effective when that happens. So I'm not going to push my luck too hard with that. That might be all I do for now. I'm going to leave the sledgehammer somewhere conspicuous and clean up this garbage. Now, I do have room back here, finally. What specifically did I want to put back here first? I could do a kiln. I could do, like, a kiln and then a box in front of the kiln. Yeah, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. So, a kiln. I have a feeling it's going to be much harder to build in the future. But right now, all you need is 20 clay and a mason trowel. We've got a garbage bag here with some clay that we just got lucky and found early on. And mason's trowel, should have multiple in here. Yep. Now, we don't even have the first pottery book yet. So I don't actually want to get started with pottery. This is just going to be something I'll need eventually as part of the early blacksmithing stuff. So, get that put together. And now we have a kiln in the corner here. Not the worst spot. I mean, it's right behind the oven anyway. So if we were doing like a having to do a chimney sort of thing, then that would be a sensible place to put it anyway. Let's get one of those crates and put the crate next to the kiln. And this crate is now a pottery crate. Stuff related to pottery can go in it. Clay, and unless something has changed with blacksmithing, which I do not know yet, pottery is the only thing that requires lots and lots of fire sources every time you do something, like 100% of the time. So, candles. Sometimes I will actually light a candle and then do a whole bunch of pottery things at the kiln, because every time, while the candle is lit, you can use the candle as your fire source. as opposed to, because if you don't use something like a candle, then you're using one charge of a lighter for every recipe you do. So it is a lot more efficient to just light a candle and do a whole bunch of your pottery stuff all at once. Where is my fire source stuff? Did I put it out here? Should be all together, probably. Okay, here it is. So I'm just going to take all these matchbooks that I've found and consolidate them. How about these disposable lighters? Yeah. The fire sources that are closer to being full, I'll leave separate from the ones that are closer to being empty. I'll put the closer to empty ones over here to be used up. So candles, fire sources. Of course, the only thing we're missing is charcoal. That's a whole nother bag of worms. I've not even considered a charcoal infrastructure just yet. PBA. And the crucible we picked up. That can go over here. Let's check on the, oh, look at that. The medium leather that we were drying finished already. Yeah, I should have known that all that fast forwarding we were doing. Alright, so we do have one set of medium leather. That means we can make a bellows at some point. Large bellows is an ingredient required to make a kiln. I'm sorry, to make a forge and a furnace. Yeah, TBA on that. Because, I mean, I have a couple of animals that I'm going to need to remove. At least one bull is going to have to be removed before I bring him to the, final animal pen, which is not built yet. So, that means I do have a large leather in the future. A large leather can be cut in half to 2 medium leathers. 1 medium leather is what you need to make a, 1 forge or 1 furnace in the advanced side, so... Just kind of thinking about that in the back of my brain. Back of my brain meets. What I'm going to do, it's August 20th right now, so we've got 10 or so days before September. September is when we plant fall crops. So that's flax, hemp, hops, rye, wheat, and barley, if I'm not mistaken. I'll confirm barley. That should be it. Yeah, I think that's it. So I'm going to separate those seed packets. I feel like I forgot one, but I'll double check that. So what you can do, actually, if you've read the seed packets and you know the growing season, something I like to do, and this is a little lazy, is just dig a crop plot somewhere and use the right-click menu of the crop plot to actually find out what seeds I have and what their growing seasons are. So I'm just going to open these all these seed packets now. Now remember, I will not be planting anything here at the gas station, because if you're going to plant crops, you want to make sure they're going to be planted somewhere where zombies won't accidentally run over them. That is not a good idea here at this gas station. There's a lot of traffic here. Lots and lots of traffic of random zombies going back and forth. I am just digging this crop plot so that I can see the menu. The menu shall show me what can be planted. September, 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 September. So my memory served me well. All of the seed packets I just opened are all optimally planted in September. So, what have we got? Our totals. Our totals are 10 barley, 50 flax, 5 hemp, 30 hops, 40 rye, 27 wheat. Now, that's a lot, but we could have like 50 times that. Basically, it's whatever we want, because we're going to go to Phallus Lake at some point. Probably in the next couple of days. We'll go to Phallus Lake, and we will loot the agriculture supply store there, and we'll come home with billions of seeds. And that will enable us to plant whatever we want from the fall planting variety. Now, one of the reasons I didn't just immediately start throwing away the plastic bags in here, which you almost never see me use, I actually like using these plastic bags to sort my seeds based on the planting month. So all these seeds that I just picked out and confirmed that they're for September, I'm going to put them in this plastic bag, and then rename the plastic bag to seed. I'm actually going to rename it 09 for September. '09 September seeds, and I give it a name like that so that it will sort itself alphabetically properly. Now I'm not going to do that with every single category of seed right now. Right, no, that would have been a great thing to do in previous builds. In build 42, the devs have it turned off by default. We only play default settings here, but beyond that, apparently, allegedly, if you turn it on, the game gets really unstable. Don't quote me, I've never tried, but that was the... I looked at the sandbox menu settings, and there was like a direct warning there if you try to turn on roof. Basically, the way it currently works is, I think it's only going to parse crops that are on the ground, but if it has to parse more than one level, with there being like, I don't know, almost 30 different levels now, if you're going up or several down, yeah, it can get wacky. This paper bag is just going to be full of the empty seed packets. Okay. So I don't care about the rest of the seeds because all these are going to be... All these are basically like, I don't have to think about these until February. February already feels way too early based on what I've done already in this game, but yeah, February. Let's have a bite of pizza. Now that I am thinking about a trip to Phallus Lake, I will need to identify which vehicle is going to be optimal to bring with me. There's not going to be a very good answer there, because the crate is still broken. We only have 114 encumbrance in this truck, and this is one of our biggest trunks right here. Is in this D6 right here. This is the vehicle I've been using for field ops. The trunk size is 97, so I got like, what is that, 20 less in this one, something thereabouts. We do already have some semblance of a base in Phallus Lake. It is the gas station in the north there. Not a bad place. I like it. It is, as far as gas station bases go, it's actually, by default, it's a little bit more homey than this one, because it's got it's one of those joints where the second floor is where the owner lives. I'm gonna put away the welding book here and consider my next operation. We've got, I mean, there's so many things to do, right? Deciding what to do next is actually a case of option overload, because I mean, there's so many things that a lot of people struggle with. You know, what do I do once I've got everything I need to survive for the next couple of weeks, right? A lot of people will get to that point and be like, all right, what do I do now? I'm kind of in the same boat, but for a very different reason, because I know so many things that I could be doing, and there's not exactly a hard priority on them. I mean, going to Fallis Lake in the next 10 days before the fall planting season starts on September 1st, that's kind of just, I just want to get a couple more seeds. It's not really a high priority thing. The seeds I have right now, I would never want to plant all of them already. I just want a couple more, what do I want? Hang on. I don't know exactly how much of this I want to plant. Flax, I have 50. Flax is something that I tried to grow in mass last time, and it didn't work because of the change in growth seasons. It didn't make sense. Hops. I don't know if there's any way to turn hops into something. Hang on, let me check the crafting menu. Crafting menu, we're going to do a search for the word hops, and then we're going to change required items. There's nothing you can use the crafting menu to do with hops right now, other than seed packets. So I don't even think there's a point to growing hops. That doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. That just means I'm not going to do a lot of hops. Like I want to grow everything at least once, right? That's currently that's been an objective of mine for a long time. But back when I successfully grew fall crops, I was having a lot of trouble with everything but wheat. And Annie Mae's journey was when I had the bullshit of the growing seasons changing, so that you're supposed to harvest it in January. We were in Muldra in January. We were busy in Muldra in January. Meanwhile, our crops back here are ripening and then rotting. So stupid. But rye. Can we do anything with rye? Same thing. I'm just going to the menu and searching for required items or output items. So there's a thresh grain button. We can thresh grain and then get rye seeds, I guess. But what do we do with rye sheaths? Is that the only thing we can do? It might be. Hang on. So there's a specific thing that you use to work with something like wheat seeds, for example. You turn wheat seeds into flour. Maybe you can do something similar with rye seeds. I don't know. The crafting table you need for that is a quern or a grindstone. For that, a stone wheel and small stone wheels are necessary, of which we actually have a few just laying on the floor right here from when we leveled masonry. Have we read the latest masonry book? We have. So building this will actually get us some masonry experience. I don't know if I even want to use it for anything special, but I also don't want to get stuck having to destroy it, so I am going to put it somewhere. I'm gonna put it on the roof. Yeah, I'm gonna put it on the roof. There's no reason not to. It's out of the way up there, and it doesn't require good weather. So we picked up a stone wheel and 2 small stone wheels. Masonry, you can use masonry to make these stone wheels out of large stones. So that's something I did earlier, and I just never found a use for these yet. Now, can I actually make a proper grindstone instead of a quern? What am I looking for? Mill. Stone mill. Yes, I just need a large handle wooden rod, 10 stone blocks, bucket of clay cement, and a mason's trowel. I've not made clay cement yet, but that is one of the reasons I was holding on to these sacks of sand here. Sacks of sand. Oh, we can use grass, too. I only just remembered this. So if you go to crafting menu, do a search for clay cement, we can use either sand, or there is another recipe now. You can use 50 grass cuttings. Grass is, I don't want to say it's infinite, but I mean, we got, I don't know if you guys see all this green on the screen. We got a billion, we got a billion grass. We got a billion grass, and we can harvest it 9 tiles at a time. So I almost feel morally obligated to use grass cuttings instead of sand now. Even though sand is, hardly hard to get. I can find more sand, but grass is much easier. So yeah, there's 50 grass that I got, and I have some buckets of water here that I filled up a while back. And then I just need 2 clay, and there's my clay cement bucket, and the clay storage is over here. So I'll go. There it is. Apparently, I can research a craft recipe from a bucket of clay cement. Don't know what that'll get me. Kettle mall. I thought I already researched that. Whatever. So, bucket of clay cement. Mason's trowel. We need a long stick and a wooden rod now. Large handle and a wooden rod. And then 10 stone blocks. The stone blocks are... We just need regular stones and then a mason chisel. I am already carrying a mason chisel around with me. So we just need 10 regular stones. There's 3 on the floor right here. Seven, just need 3 more. Oh, I didn't even really explain this, but obviously if you're not familiar, we're just right-clicking on stones and hitting remove stone, and that gives us 1 stone each. We just get 1 more of these. We have 10. We chisel them into stone blocks. That is a masonry level 1 recipe. So even if you have no masonry skill whatsoever, actually, I think this is masonry level 0. No, masonry level 1. So you do need to get a little bit of masonry experience doing something like breaking rocks or something. Harvesting flint will get you a little bit of masonry experience. So if you read Masonry Volume 1 and then go out and harvest a bunch of flint deposits with like a club hammer or something, that'll actually get you a little bit of masonry every time you do it. That would be something I would do if I was not a construction worker who has a native bonus to masonry. I'm just going to sit on the floor because I'm over encumbered. Why am I not crafting on table right now? Now I am. Okay. Make stone block from stone times 10. Kind of an obnoxious noise, that's why I fast-forwarded. Alright, there's our 10 stone blocks. Why did it sound like we were hitting wood? I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me, but I ain't gonna cry about it. Now we are just in need of a wooden rod, which we can carve from a plank, and then a large handle, which we can also carve from a plank, as a level 7 carver. It is my privilege to do so quite easily. We can now make ourselves a stone mill. Now, all what we're doing right now, every bit of it is getting us masonry experience. So we're not just doing this for the sake of looking into recipes for what we can do with, you know, rye seeds, for example. We are also doing this so that we can see what we, to get masonry experience. Because when I get masonry level 8, I will be capable of making, shit. I will be capable of making shit. Stone mace heads. And that will get me best in slot for short blunt. Okay, so you can mill flax seeds into seed paste. 30 flax seeds for 1 seed paste. Okay. Okay, I see how it is. That's a lot of seeds for just 1 paste. Now, because I still need a little bit more masonry experience to get to the next level, I might actually just do another, do a quern as well. Now, you may have noticed that the little thing on the roof here is actually layered over top of our mill there and it looks ugly. So I'm gonna go grab the sledgehammer and fix that, because I don't like it when things look ugly. We've lost the music again. I don't know when it's going to decide to start playing. At least I know that it will. It's a question of when. I do like music in this game. I wish it would not stop playing. This game has some of the best goated soundtracks ever. Alright, you know what? You know what? I'm an impatient man. I'm an impatient man. So I'm just going to turn off the in-game volume, and I've got a playlist of the game's chill music. This is assembled for the last build of the game where the music broke and then never came back. Here we go, PZ Chill 2. Alright. This bandana that I picked up that is a match for Desert Camo is actually going to go in with our... Oh, I could just put on a jacket right now. I could put on a jacket right now and see if it matches. I put the military gear in here. Military... Oh, I don't have a military jacket in Desert Camo. But I do have a shirt. So now I put on the bandana and see if it's a match. It's close. It's close. The shirt is a little bit more saturated. A little bit more of a red, like an earthy red. Slightly brighter, slightly more earthy red. It's very close, though. It's close enough that if I had to do Desert Camo, like if it was starting to get cold and I had a Desert Camo jacket, I would do it, because it's close enough. So I will put it in here with the Desert Camo as a valid option. Okay. Get a bite to eat, and we are going to sledgehammer. I'm already done looking at those roof uglies. We will have no uglies on my roof, thank you very much. Removed. I'm going to leave the sledgehammer up here because honestly the next things I might want to remove would be the AC units that don't actually do anything. Boy, would it be amazing if I could use these AC units to increase the heat inside and make my leather dry faster. It's amazing they decided to introduce something into the game that depends on the climate, drying leather, without giving us any of the tools to control the climate, even though there's the appearance of such things in the form of a massive HVAC on the roof, whatever. I've bitched about that before. We've got a garbo bag full of books to put away, and then the trunk of this car still needs to get emptied. This is a full container right here. This is the full container now. Damn it. I'm gonna have to move the tobacco somewhere else. And that only buys me a little bit of room. This is the entertainment book storage. Yeah. That was always gonna fill up fast. Now I actually do have a correct place to put the glass, though. Glass goes next to the kiln, because the kiln is where you can do your glass making. I could eventually, someday, I can melt that glass together and maybe make a bottle or something. I could just store the tobacco in with the gardening for now. That is a valid thing, because you can use tobacco to make cures for certain crop diseases. Alright, that's that sorted. Now we do still have the stuff in the trunk. This is all hair dye. And I didn't even evaluate some of the colors. I'll establish a station over here for that. Start with the lights, blondes here. These are basically all the same. Now we've got pinks. They are different shades, but generally these are all pinks. And then we've got two browns. Usually browns are the more common ones. Darker brown here. One white and two black. I've always hated how the hair dye bottles are a poor representation of what the color actually is. The hair dye bottles themselves are actually like, I don't know, like 50% darker than what the color should be. And then we've got two that defy categorization. We've got a purple and a cyan, teal sort of thing. Yeah, it's like a teal. This is not becoming of putting together an orange hair dye, unfortunately. But at least now we have an understanding of what we have available to us. We might be able to put something together. Hang on here. I'm going to take this earthy looking brown here with a fair bit of red in it, and I'll take the lightest blonde that I have, and I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes watch testing and see what these colors can mix up to. What I want is a bottle, a 1 liter bottle will be fine. Actually, let's take a couple. We're going to start with, the goal is to brighten up this like reddish brown into a orange. So we're going to start by transferring like 100 milliliters of it into this empty bottle. And then we're going to take some of the blonde, and we're just going to start adding like 20 at a time. Now that lightened it up, but that we lost color. This blonde is too bright. Okay. All right, I'm going to declare this particular mixture a failure. For the moment, I'll drop that bottle on the floor. Let's get something that's got more red in it. We have in the past successfully used pink for this, so I can use one of these pinks possibly. Alright, starting again with an empty bottle, and we're going to do 50 milliliters of that earthy brown that I started with before, and then we're going to do 50 milliliters of the pink. See, the colors don't mix the way you would expect hair dye to, or like in real life, dye is not going to be strictly additive. I mean, in real life, I don't know if you would ever see a fluid like this actually stay that bright of a color. It would be darker before you put it on the hair, but then when you bleach the hair to like a, a really thin white color is what you do first, and then you add the coloration to it. The color is darker before you apply it to the hair. I used to do highlights when I was younger, so I actually used to be one of the guys who had imagine like Backstreet Boys or NSYNC or whatever back in that was a long time ago. I'd like to talk about that. Let's that's not bad. So we just did 50 of all three right there. That was 50 of all three right there. That's almost a strawberry blonde. Fuck yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that again. We're gonna maintain that ratio. We're gonna maintain that ratio. We're gonna double it to. Actually, we're gonna triple it to 150 from each. Okay, that is close. That's not. It needs a little more color. So we've got a 1-to-1, 1-to-1-to-1 ratio right now. We're gonna start weighting the 200 each, but we're gonna do a little bit more of the pink. So now the ratio is 200, 200, and 300. Hang on. Yes, I am going to swatch test this. Hang on. Photoshop is coming open in the background here. So now it's, what are we up to? We're up to 100, we're up to 300, 200, 200. Photoshop, tab over, here we go. New, custom, swatch. What are we up overrepresented on? 60 blue. So we do have too much blue. There's no way to get rid of that. Now that the blue's in there, the blue is in there from the pink. And this is why I really wanted a red, because then we could do it without the pink. Let's try... The green is actually overrepresented too. There's no way to just get more red, just red. At least I don't think. I'm going to try 100 milliliters of the brown again, or the reddish brown here. So now it will be a 300, it'll be a 300, 300, 200. And I just want to see if that fixed it, or made it worse. So left is what it was before, right is what it is now. That got rid of some of the blue and some of the green, but also some of the red. I'm going to try this. Actually, no, hang on. I'm going to do 100 more of the brown first. And if that fucks it up, then at least I know how to fix it. This is one of the reasons I didn't want to start doing hair dye just yet, because I knew I wouldn't have a perfect set of options just from the Riverside. See, that I would have thought it would make it darker, but it didn't, or at least not that much darker. Yes, this does matter. This really does matter. All right. Let's a little bit of blonde. Actually, let's just max it out. That's going to be 400, 400, 600? No. This will make it... Shit, I've lost track. I've lost track. Don't do that. If you ever care about your hair dye colors, don't lose track of what you've mixed. Okay. We got another empty bottle. This is why we have empty bottles. Split it in half. And we're gonna try a little bit more brown in there. Actually, what other colors do I have here? Do I have like a darker pink? I do. Wow, this is almost a purple. That's too much. Yeah, there's way too much blue in those. There's way too much blue in those. I'm looking for something that's got more red than it does. More red than it does blue or anything else. Honestly, these browns might even be what I'm looking for. Just 100 of the brown in there. That didn't shift it too much. Let's do another 100. Yeah, we've definitely lost... We've lost red from doing that. I hate that my only option is to give both red and blue at the same time. Better or worse? Hmm. Nope, we shouldn't have messed with perfection. Yep, okay. We've got our target. I'm going to give this a shot. I'm going to give this one a shot. So I'm going to use the ones that I've mixed already in that pile, and... let's see what this looks like. Hat comes off. Hair dye goes into the hair. Fingers crossed this doesn't suck. Wait a minute. We don't actually have enough. There should be 500 milliliters in there. I am going to add, like, a very, very small amount. So sometimes this game, even though it says 500 milliliters, there's actually less than that. So I'm going to add like 10 milliliters of the other hair dye that's really close to it. And now it should let me dye my hair with that. Yes. Okay, I like it. It is not perfect. I wish it was a little bit redder. I like it a lot, though. Let's put the hat on, and, yeah, mission success. Hell yeah. Tentative success, of course. Just sorting out the leftovers here. And putting away the empty bottles we did not use. These are the hair dye bottles that we actually did use, so they will get stored behind these bottles. Perfect. All right. Obviously, if we go somewhere and we actually find a red, everything about our calculus will change. But until that happens, we are good to go. Nice little diversion. A little bit of aesthetically pleasing diversion. It almost looks, from a distance, almost looks like our hair matches the strap of the leather satchel. Not that that was not what I was going for, but I'm not okay with it. All right, we need food because that took longer than I expected. We are now hungry. The rest of the trunk should not be empty. We need to get these electrical items out of here. Stockpile these for when we get the next electrical book. The next electrical book actually has a decent chance of being sourced from the school here in Riverside, but that is not an immediate priority. When it comes to electrical, my biggest priority was getting the getting enough so I can move the fryer, which that has been successful. Can I put the microwave on that? I'd laugh really hard if I could. No, cannot. Worth a shot. Alright, that is a vehicle empty. Back to its parking spot. So the whatchamacallit, State Trooper Mobile is more or less prepared for a trip to Ballast Lake. I might actually do that before going to bed tonight. Although that would mean that I would arrive there and not be combat effective. That's not a good idea. Yeah, that would not be a good idea. I also need to get rid of these other food items here. We could just make a we could make a salad out of the leftover meat. No, we can't. You can't put ground beef in a salad. Should that should be a thing for meat salads? Can I put ground beef in a pan? Yes, but then I can't put a... Alright, what about a stew? Yeah, we can do a stew. It's like a super meat stew right here. Came out to about 80. There's my dad making Christmas plans here. One week from today. Okay. So 1 week from today, I'll probably... What is that going to be? That's going to be next Sunday? Yeah, so after my stream next Sunday, I will probably be on holiday break from streaming in general at that point, so good to know, good to know. I was not sure what my parents' travel schedule is going to be. They live in Florida. I live in Northern Virginia, so they're coming to see us. My brother lives out in the countryside. So we'll be going up to his place, which means I won't have access to my computer, which means I won't be streaming for about 4 or 5 days there. YouTube will punish me for that, but, well, what can I do, right? YouTube wants me to stream every day, and apparently they want me to start at 7 a.m. That's just based on the recommendations I've gotten. They've been the best if I do that. It's a grind, I tell you. It is one hell of a grind. Alright, 1 more hour, we can go to sleep. I think it's an overnight activity. It might translate to... actually, I'm going to stop by my outpost at the warehouse here. I'm going to stop by my warehouse outpost because I have a blue generator there. And I don't need that blue generator to stay there pretty much at all anymore. I mean, now that I've gotten everything emptied from the containers in there, I don't need to spend quite as much time running around in there organizing things. Everything's organized already. I can breeze through and grab what I need and be done with it. So the blue generator that's there can now come with me to Phallus Lake for us to establish a field site there. Now, also, there's an ambulance at Phallus Lake. That's why I put a big bright A there, so I don't forget about it. We are not going to be able to recover that ambulance without a lot of mechanics work. Or we could just tow it. I mean, that would be a lot of bitch work. Towing the ambulance down KY-163, that would be a lot of bitch work. That would also enable us to bring home more loot, though. That might be exactly what we do. As annoying as it would be, I think that's exactly what we're going to do. Okay, so we have a plan. Let's get a bite to eat. And we got a half hour left to cook here. Alright, before I deploy, we are going to get our generator sorted out. Did not even need to get fixed. Just topped it up on gas. Now we are gonna take this stew with us and this pizza. How's our weight? We're at 81 kilo, losing. I'm thinking about these peas, corn, vegetables, and hamburger buns. It's a bit of an odd mixture there, but meat can always be added to that roster. There are animals to butcher. My backpack missing. Should be something in my satchel, but it seems to be missing something. Oh well. Put the scissors in there. Alright, so we are prepared for all sorts of fun stuff. We are now, as a quick recap for anybody joining, we are getting ready to deploy to Phallus Lake, and we are shutting down everything but the fridge here at our gas station base. And we've got our vehicles already prepped. Now our order of operations is before we get to Phallus Lake, before we actually go in the direction of Phallus Lake, we're going to be going north to our warehouse, which is the Electromax warehouse. I'm going to kill all these guys right here. They're a little too close to the gas station for my taste. Never leave zombies too close to a base of yours if you got a generator running. Probably is not going to stop a bunch of these guys, or a bunch of guys that I didn't notice, from showing up at my base when I come back, but I'll take a reduction. I see a lot to the north there. I'm just going to zoom right past them for now. They're not close enough to be a concern, direct concern for the base. Therefore, not upset. Now, of course, like a doofus, I forgot to bring the food that I made. So I just got hungry, and that means we are going to, instead of, we're going to go get our generator. But we are going to stop by base again before we go anywhere with that generator. It would have been smart to grab a couple of things. I mean, you know, going to the warehouse and going back from the warehouse. Would have been smart to grab a few things. I mean, there's always stuff in the warehouse I'm going to need in the future. But the thought didn't catch my mind until I was already moving, so. Oops. We'll take the south exit once we've stopped by base. See, all those guys who were north of us when we went down the road at first, they moseyed directly into the road, and now they're south of us and in the road and all over the place. So that road is once again covered with Zeds. It'll be covered with Zeds many times again in the future because it is just far enough away from my base to enable more spawns to just appear out of nowhere without any repercussion. And it is 3:30, so I might as well have a bite to eat and then read for a minute and then hit the sack. Pretty close to short blunt level 5. And that is one thing that we don't have any artificial experience boosts in. Just whatever makes us initially great. I am not going to forget my food again. What I'm going to do is actually bowl this stew up before I leave. Being an 80 stew, I can rename it to 40. Split it into 2 bowls, and then have 2 bowls of 40. That'll make it easier to consume properly. Alright, fuck up out of here. I got another ambulance to get. South exit involves going this way. Now, I may need some more ammo, so I actually will stop by our particular place here with the ammo in it. I almost have enough M9 mags to do another triple round. Let's just, let's do that. Why not? 9mm is what we're rocking right now. Because I can do this while I'm driving. So we are reloading magazines while driving now. Not the smartest thing to do IRL. But in this game, it doesn't screw with you too much. Hey, reloading level 3. Hate it when this happens. Just a roadblock of Zeds. There we go. Alright, we have exited from South Riverside. We are now on the road to Phallus Lake with many, many, many magazines of 9mm to work with once we get there. So we actually ended up with all of our magazines full and enough loose 9mm left over to pack it back into a box. So we've got a total of 20 M9 magazines, because there's 9 in the backpack, one in the chamber, and 10 in our LS pack. So we've got 20 M9 mags to work with. I have a feeling that we won't need that much for Phallus Lake, but I don't know. Phallus Lake can be complete hit or miss. I've seen it be very high pop before, and I've seen it be very surprisingly light. I think the last time we went there with Annie, in the previous campaign, Annie did a moderate population for the place. But the time before that, on 42.7, it was kind of nuts in Phallus Lake, if my memory is not betraying me here. You know, we're still getting a masonry bonus. That is making it very hard to resist the temptation to get out and pound a couple of those flint deposits. But that would actually result in a lot of stuff that would be a little too heavy to carry, so I have to resist the temptation for now. There's plenty of flint that is still easy to get to in Riverside. I just gotta go a little farther from my base. It's sad that I have to take into consideration all the fact that all the vehicle trunks are half capacity for what they should be. Alright, here is the turn towards Phallus Lake. That is not actually Phallus Lake right there, that is a different lake. As you can see, it is not shaped like a phallus. This one right here. Not quite shaped like a phallus, but if you're very unfortunate, perhaps. Alright, this is our outpost here. I cleared it once already, but we're going to do a perimeter check before we do anything else. We don't have respawns yet, but we do have initial spawns. When we were here last time, we did not have peak capacity. Not a bad place for a base. I would never make it my first choice, but not a bad place overall. We won't be here too awful long, but since we are going to whap a generator in there. We'll want to remove obstructions. These things would just be a waste of power. We always capture the flag. Now if I were to put a generator here, I'd probably do it maybe like right here-ish, so it can catch the first 2 pumps, and ideally the house for the most of it. Let's connect it and see what happens here. 3 pumps. 7 pumps. Okay, it's getting all the pumps from here. And it's getting a fridge, the correct fridge, and only 4 lights. That's actually okay. That's actually kind of that's fine. Let's turn off the extraneous lights. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. No. Bedroom? I don't know where the 4th light is. We'll have to come back at night. So because the fridge right here is being reached, that means we also have the oven. I mean, there's only 1 bowl of stew that I need to put in there, but I forgot I did a drop of canned food here because I knew I'd be coming back here, so I left all that canned food in the cupboard here. There's a performance auto manual here the whole time. That already has a pillow, just as God intended. Copies of Mechanics 1 and 2 just chilling here. I wasn't planning on reading them, but I mean, if time allows, why not? There's literally no reason not to. I know I say that a lot. This toolbox is just full of stuff that I probably am going to take back with me once I'm done here. Stuff I'd left on the floor is probably much less likely to come back with me. Soda here, because I'm going to drink it. Rope, yes. Pliers, maybe. I'll press to this. Oh, comic book, yes, that's coming back with me. Okay. Now my threshold for sleeping somewhere is that I'm either behind a door or behind on a second floor behind a you know, something. I need barricades stronger than a window. And this place technically, oh, there is a door on the inside. Okay, so technically speaking, I could get away without boarding up these front windows. But since they're all intact, I mean, why not? I just need a box of nails and some planks. And there's a hardware store here in Falls Lake that's really close to us. So we'll just make that our first target. Actually, something I'm going to do really quick. I should just be able to move this generator a little bit and not catch all 7 of those pumps. 7 pumps will cause this generator to last, like, I don't know, 5 days instead of 7. It's just a random guess, but an informed one. Besides, this will keep them even farther away from my operations. And it's still getting 3 pumps. Alright, you know what? That's fine. That means I can fill up a couple cans from here. The cans I put in here. You know what? Who needs to board up windows if you've got a vehicle to block them? Hang on. I've done this before. This works. Come break my windows now, assholes. You're gonna have to get through this car first. I just gotta nudge it a little bit further back. Push is making that very difficult. Oh, I could just pull it a small, very, very, oh, hang on, that is not intentional. It's not intentional. That ought to do it. Damn it, I should have known that that would damage my hood. Yep, there's no capability whatsoever of getting in front of those windows now. Take that, fuckers. Ah. I'm just getting this one out of the way. Alright. Time to see what Phallus Lake has to offer for us. I don't recall seeing like a massive amount of Zeds here. But that was also, when I did my last pass through here, there was, we were not quite halfway to peak population yet. I don't have any more loose nails, so these 2 planks that I'm carrying around, I'm actually just going to leave over here for now. I was going to find some more nails and use those to board up the windows, but if I don't have to, then I don't have to. Alright, so this ambulance right here is a very, very lovely vehicle, but we did not find the key to it, and we are unable to hotwire yet, so the plan is to tow it back with us. We're not going to be towing it yet. We're going to fill both vehicles with loot before we do that. So what we're doing now is just bringing it back to our base of operations across the street, and going to use it as loot storage after we start looting stuff. Doing a turnaround maneuver here so I can park it with the trunk facing towards the base here. Now, a lovely thing about Phallus Lake, if you're going to base in Riverside, Phallus Lake, strategically, is a place that you'll pass by, or you can pass by, on your way to many other things in the other direction of the map. So if you want to get stuff at Phallus Lake and then leave it there as a deposit for future expeditions, Phallus Lake is very valuable in that regard. So even if we don't, like, if I loot the whole town today, or, you know, not today, but like in the course of the next couple days, if I were to loot the whole town, I would just consolidate everything here at the gas station place, and then take only what I really feel like I need back to Riverside, and then I would leave everything behind at this base for taking a little bit with me in the future, whenever we go to other places in this direction. Alright, we need to sort the stuff in the ambulance, the stuff that was already in there. I'm going to go ahead and do my future self a favor, and get rid of a couple of these stupid bushes. Should have done this, a while ago, actually. None of these bushes were here initially. These are all spawning in as part of the August wilderness growth phase. Once we get into September, we're going to start seeing a lot more small trees popping up. And by the time we get to November, some of those trees will be thick enough to completely stop us from driving. And at that point, your off-roading capabilities take a nosedive. Permanently. I can confirm, though, having, on my previous character, having gone several years in, future years actually don't have the same overgrowth cycle. So trees actually kind of stop getting bigger and thicker and popping up out of nowhere after the first year. That may not be, that may be a bug instead of a feature. The devs may actually want shit to continue to get worse, because, I mean, well, we just look at what they've been doing so far. They definitely like it when shit gets worse for us. It's not supposed to get easier, it's got to get harder. Sometimes it feels like there's not a good spot to put this stuff. Why wouldn't I be able to put that there? Oh, the car, right. Even though the car is outside, the way it's parked, it's blocking a few things. So the trunk of the ambulance has about 105 in it. What the hell? Okay, so I don't remember having a key to this ambulance, but there was one in the ignition right here. Okay, hold on, just I'm gonna start losing my mind if I don't check this really quick. In part 1 of this character's journey, link in the description if you guys want to watch along. I'm gonna take a quick look at part 1 of this character's journey when I found this ambulance initially. It would be something like. When do we get to Phallus Lake? It would be a little closer to the end. Yes, there's Phallus Lake right there. And there's our first entry to the gas station. Okay, right here. To only do whitelisted servers. And what... Okay, here we go. Good. We might be eating really good. Give me some keys. Come on now, give me some keys. Don't make me come back here when I have to hotwire it. We don't got no keys. Okay, Okay, I'm actually a fucking moron. I'm just a fucking... That's all there is to it. I literally sat in the driver's seat and I said, there's no keys. The key was in the fucking ignition the whole time. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Hey, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Being a moron is a lot more good to me than just a key appearing out of nowhere when it wasn't there before. Yeah, no. I'm a moron, and I'm okay with it. Just a good old-fashioned case of me being a fucking idiot. Don't ever assume that just because I survive a very, very long time on my characters that I'm not a fucking moron. I still have moments like that all the time. And sometimes they just go right over my head and I never even catch them. This time I actually caught it. So I had an opportunity to laugh at myself there. Alright, so we are putting away the stuff that I might never want to bring home. Stethoscope, for example, I don't even need those. Tissue tongue depressor. Surgical mask. Sleeping pills are actually something that I'm not going to need a billion of in Riverside, but I may need them in the field. Sleeping pills are I very rarely need them, because what they actually do is just build up fatigue without overcoming any of the things that somebody might think they would overcome, right? So sometimes you would assume that sleeping pills would make it so that a restless sleeper can actually sleep. It doesn't. It doesn't. You can get to 100 fatigue, the tiredest you could possibly get. You can take sleeping pills, you can get all the way to 100 fatigue, and the restless sleeper thing that prevents you from sleeping will still prevent you from sleeping. Like, there's literally... There is nothing that will overcome an inability to fall asleep, except for either time or addressing the root cause. If you're in too much pain, I don't even know if you can use sleeping pills instead of painkillers if you're in too much pain. I don't know if I've ever actually tried, because every time I'm in too much pain, I have more painkillers than I do sleeping pills, so I may have never actually tried that. But still, that made me laugh. Alright, so we have an ambulance. Threaten me with a good time. Let's go get some gas in it. Why not? Fucking never wanted to slap my... You know what? Okay, I have a macro. That I made for Annie's voice. This is Annie's voice. We're gonna hear Annie's voice from an alternate dimension here.
You're an idiot, but I still love you.
I just I AI generated a voice for Annie there, and I'm working on learning assembly, so I have an assembly program that launches when I hit Alt Q or Win Q. Fuck's emailing me right now. Fuck off. I don't care about that. Uber's been threatening to delete my my account for a very long time, so I haven't touched it. Good. Fuck Uber. I'm not a fan of Uber. Never did like it. Oh, we got ourselves a ambulance with gas in it. I think this is a very small tank. Yeah, we just put a can in there and it's only a quarter of the way full. So, definitely not the best parts in this ambulance. But it's an ambulance. I love me some ambulances. I didn't park close enough, did I? Wait a minute. What if I did park close enough? No, I'm good. I'm good. I think she got to park there. See, this thing is actually more maneuverable than the state trooper truck. So for general operations, I actually will want to use this more than the state trooper truck. So now that I actually have the capability of gassing it up, I'm actually going to transfer my field kits out of the state trooper mobile and into the ambulance. And the state trooper mobile is now going to be designated just as a loot vehicle. Alright, so there's all the stuff off of the seats, and look at that, right on time, right when I would prefer not to have a guest. We have a guest. Literally while my fucking hands are full. Can you not pick a worse time, bitch? Thankfully I left the ambulance running, so I just gotta give her the runaround. Still annoying. I'll kill her in a moment. I don't let the zombies tell me what to do and when, if I don't have to. She didn't even keep following me. She went for the generator. Bitch. Alright. Let's go. I'll put you in the ground. Thank you for waiting. See, now, look at this. Look at this. What's bringing them over here now? Okay, yeah, sure, it's the generator, but the generator's been running for a day and a half now. What is bringing these guys over here now, I wonder? I don't know. Maybe this ambulance is extra loud. Who knows? Let's just say the zombie fucking godmother brought him here. Alright, let's go, folks. You want zombies come in this direction? I'll make zombies come this direction. Yeah, that's right. I went loud. What you fucking gonna do about it, huh? Bitch and bitch ass over here, bitch. I'm pushing them down because I still got a much better shot at throwing their ass. But if they don't want to play, using guns as a melee weapon is usually one of the easiest ways to get the most bang for your buck if you can't get them to knock down. And I don't mean pistol whipping them, I mean just, you know, treating your optimal range as if it's a melee weapon. Now, where my ambulance was parked is actually a dangerous place, because I could have accidentally shot the window, and that would not be nice. I believe I already checked the bookstore in this town, so I do not yet have a copy of Tailoring 1 anywhere that I would probably find locally. Which means tailoring from clothes that I find on zombies is probably not going to happen here anytime soon. The only reason I would ever consider doing it, or leaving clothes behind for that, is just the fact that I'll be coming through here many times in the future. Phallus Lake is nice and conveniently placed. If memory serves, I actually did kill quite a few zombies here in Phallus Lake just to access the bookstore. So we've got a convenience store right there to the south we went past. A little bit of everything in there, but not anything I'm particularly targeting. Farming and rural supply, this is our primary target. A secondary target is across the street here. But not only is it a secondary target, this is a building that could spill out a few Zeds. So I'm going to take a quick peek inside here. This is a town hall, I think. We can't see the front of the building, so I can't see the label on it. Perimeter check complete. That was not the smartest way to handle that. But remember, if the Zeds don't know you're there, then running past them will probably just result in you elbowing them. Never something to take for granted, though. This guy's wearing an Indie Stone shirt. I'm gonna take his shirt and his wallet. Bo Alvarez. I don't think that's the canonical name of an Indie Stone employee. If it is, lol. One of the tertiary goals here was to, of course, capture the flag. Now there's actually a somewhat sizable group of zombies near these car wrecks, kind of in the bottom center of the screen, and we can't see them right now because I don't have a window, but they're out there, and I intentionally avoided them because it is 1700 hours and we're about to be, or actually we already are fatigued. One of the things I'm looking for in these desks is glue. I've mentioned this before, but glue is... We're nowhere near the point where we can start using it for this, but glue is a linchpin material for making remote bombs. Remote bombs being a very, very, very powerful weapon against zombies now. For the longest time in previous builds, explosives were like PvP only. You would not get much out of the... you would not get very many zombie kills with explosives in previous builds, to the extent of my knowledge. But now, they are very fantastic against zombies. Therefore, whenever I see a desk, I check it for glue. And whenever I see an office building, all I see is a building full of desks, which may have more booms. Scanning for any targets at the immediate top of the stairs. We're clear. Remember, there could be a silent asshole in front of any one of these doors now. I've noticed enough of them that I kind of want to make a compilation of all the ones I've seen in the first couple parts of this character's journey, and just post it on Reddit and be like, does anybody else seeing more of these fucking things? I want to make sure it's not just me, because, I mean, honestly, the number of zombies who just, you know, like, the one that we ran into on the way here, who we elbowed, that was somebody who was, I don't know, I feel like they should have woken up. Maybe not. Maybe not. There may have been a, oh, first box of coffee I've ever seen in this character's life. Finally. So there's 2 coffees. Excellent. Anyway, where was I? There may have been a valid reason that the one zombie we elbowed just now was not aggroed. But there have been times where we've been making so much noise, like gunshots included, and we would still have assholes just hanging out in front of doors instead of actually pounding on them, when they should have absolutely known we were there and started pounding on them. Because that's been their behavioral pattern for many builds before this one, is they hear noise, door in the way, hit door. Very simple thing. And it feels like that simple thing is being fucked with a little bit. I don't know. And again, even if it is being fucked with, is it intentional? Who knows? But one of the only ways I could get more information on that would be to compare notes. Hence the idea of a Plebit post. Okay, that's all the desks, and we got our flags. Fuck up out of this place. We're gonna do a perimeter check around farming and roll supply, and if we have a clear shot, of course we will start the loot process. If we don't have a clear shot, we'll come back tomorrow. Check both sides of this tree line. Yep, we do not have a clear shot. If I start looting this place, we will make enough noise. Several of those dudes will be coming at us, and it will turn into a bit of a shit show. I'll do a door check. Perhaps I'll capture the flag and a couple of big things and then get out of here. Now, I don't actually need forging 1 and 2, but I'm going to take them for the sake of completion. Same deal with masonry 1. Hey, masonry 5. That should be all masonry books, if not mistaken. Now, it might seem like I could loot this whole place without pulling anybody from that group that I just mentioned. If I start breaking into the weapons lockup, which I will need the sledgehammer for, that will make plenty of noise. So this is not a full clearing. We're just doing a preliminary parsing. Lots of fertilizer. Alright, close enough to bedtime. I don't like railings sometimes. All I did was ever so slightly deviate to the side, and of course, the character instruction took that as, we need to jump over the railing while running. Silly, silly, silly. Alright, so I think that's enough work for tonight. We can have a bit of a read and then hit the stack. Right, so there is a pillow on this bed, except for some reason some of the tiles don't count as sleeping good, quality good with pillow. I don't know the full story behind that. The dev said that was fixed at one point, but I'm assuming that must have made the long list of things that got unfixed with the multiplayer build. That's alright. We'll just need to make sure we're clicking on the right spot on the bed, wherever that may be. Which upstairs light is the best? How about this one? Yeah, that's good. I can get light pretty much anywhere with that. Floor lights upstairs and downstairs. Just 2 sets of lights. Perfect. think as an overnight activity, I'm going to just hit EP Tools. Because EP Tools is right across the street, and we've already verified that there are no Zeds. So I don't have to fight for it, I just have to go in and grab the loot. Well, I say no Zeds. And then there's this asshole. Oi. Already sorted through those books. Grab everything and sort it out when I get back across the street here. This is one of the only POIs I've ever seen that has product shelves in the bathroom. Not sure what's going on there. Need to take a dump. Let's make sure the customer sees product. I'm sure some store owners out there have had that thought. Silly as it sounds. Haha. After all this time, we finally found a single seed packet of garlic. If anybody's not familiar, garlic is the only thing you optimally can plant in August, unless they changed it. We'll find out momentarily if they changed it. Because we can read the seed packet now. You might not be able to fit both of these. Yeah, there's a lot of loot in there. Now, behold that. That's interesting to know. The ambulance, in its current form, can fit exactly four, like within a single unit of encumbrance, exactly 4 full garbage bags. Whenever I see numbers line up like that, activates my almonds a little bit. Makes me wonder if it's intentional, but I don't think it was. There have been a lot of people complaining about this. If it was intentional, it was a pretty big L. I don't think it was intentional. Pretty successful overnight. We got almost everything in there. There was one other set of floodlights I was thinking about grabbing, but no. We can grab that later if ever. Now that we're about to go back to sleep, I don't actually need it. That's if we need to do stuff like this at night again. Right. For anybody joining, welcome. We're just we're moving through Phallus Lake now, which is pretty much dead center of the map. Our main base is in Riverside, and we have successfully recovered an ambulance that I left here, that I shouldn't have left here because it had the key in it all along, and I didn't realize that until I came back here. But yeah, we have an ambulance. Ambulance is, in my humble opinion, the best vehicle in this game. Perfect balance of engine power and trunk storage, even though trunk storage is currently nerfed all across the board. Alright, let's find out if I was correct about the garlic growing season. We need to go to info, discovered media, agriculture, scroll down to the G's. Garlic. Best month, August. Average time of grow, 240 days. Okay. So if I were to plant some in the next couple of days and then fertilize it a few times, that wouldn't actually be that bad, because it is a winter crop. I think. I'm looking at the planting season and I'm wondering if that is going to be something that just fucking dies. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. We have 5 seeds. We'll use those 5 seeds. We'll probably have more seeds. Alright, food for the day. Acquired. Now the garbage bag's full of loot from the store, from the shop across the street. Just gonna drop those on the ground so that we can reload the ambulance and sort through that loot later. Just want to put those garbage bags somewhere more conspicuous so that I can actually see. I mentioned this before, but it bears repeating. The strategic position of this, of Phallus Lake in general, and this place where we're basing up here, means that we'll be driving past this place so many times in the future. So, if there is stuff that I could use at a field site in the future, then I should just leave it here at Phallus Lake and pick it up on my way there. And that would be pretty much going anywhere to the south. So that would be Rosewood, Muldraw, Echo Creek, Irvington. Ekron would be a bit of a stretch because I could get there faster without going this way, but yeah. Now everything in this trauma bag is going to come back to Riverside with us already, so it can go in the state police truck, which is going to be towed back with us. Now I ran out of garbage bags, but I have a box of garbage bags. I'm going to open that box of garbage bags entirely. It's going to leave me with 20. I'm going to distribute those 20 garbage bags elsewhere after I've used a few. Idiot. Left the state police truck running all night again. At least I didn't leave the ambulance running this time. Alright, 10 garbage bags into the kit, and the rest into my backpack. That'll be more than enough for now. Alright, before we start looting anything else, I would like to take out those zombies I saw yesterday. Looks like some of them might have dispersed to the north here, the rest are still to the south. We're going to make copious use of the corner of this fence. So start shooting a few of them, the rest will show up. Get a mark. 3 hours and let's do 3 hours 24 minutes. Let's fire up some combat music. It's gonna get a little tight. Yeah, let's fire up some combat music really quick. How about something that could go well with attack and fallback? How about some... you know what? These zombies make me feel transgressed and violated. You know what else makes me feel violated? Not reloading. Got my data blocked, did I? Big oof. Aiming level 4, by the way. I know I'm no expert, but fences give you a big advantage if they flip over. Why are they all going to the corner? I don't know. They really like the corners right now. Do an ammo check. 4. Wait for them to come to us. I'm in no rush. 4, 3. Down to 2. 1. Alright, you know what? I am a little bit impatient. I just want to reload. Oh, come on now. Don't feel like that, guys. Okay. Not bad. Boys, I think we found another yellow generator. Aha! Never even took much of a peek into this building. Sweet. Double. Corner check. Looking alright for the moment. Oh, we're already getting stressed from being next to this fence. Falling away from this fence. An unknown number of them are smacking the fence and stressing us out. I hate large fences. Hate them a lot. We're at stage 2 stress just from being over there for 20 seconds or so. If anybody's not familiar, stress reduces your accuracy with firearms. And it pisses your character off over time, but I'm much more concerned about the, aiming accuracy at this point. May have been most of the clear. And there's some of the culprits. If we start making noise over here, we might be able to pull them off the fence. Now we're at stage 2 stress, so I prefer not to shoot, but I'm going to use it as a noisemaker to try to pull them in this general direction. And that's why. I see. Okay. Look this way, sir. Yeah. Heard noises in both directions there for a second. Okay, this last fight of this still. We need more food. Oh, look at that. That's why they like their fence corners now. You know what? If you're going to be like that, then so be it. I'm going to check. 1 round. Yep, they finally fixed smoking. The problem is the source of stress is not going away. These fences are still here, and they're still going to keep hitting the fence. We could smoke every cigarette in the pack. If there's 5 of them hitting the fence, we'll be at 100 stress no matter what we do. way too easy for them to press us to the breaking point. Forgot to reload. Speaking of the breaking point. Then they decide to flip over the fence. And they'll check. 1 round. Okay. No problem exploiting corners. You wanna exploit fences? I'll exploit fences. Asshole. Can't fight here very long now with that, now with this tree blocking my line of sight to the left. Yeah, KT, you're referring to what I was just doing with the corner there. When they lunge, they will beeline, and they don't care about corners or fences or anything. They goes over whatever they have to. And I maliciously abuse corners when that happens because it's one of the easiest ways to do it. Still a little bit of stress, but a lot better off now. Now we didn't get all the fence slappers that time. These boys love to slap their fences. Checking this side. Look at all them fence slappers. Fucking stressing my girl out over here. Fuck all y'all. Special place in hell for these fuckers. They learned how to walk around the low fences, but they didn't learn how to walk around these fucking fences. That'd be too easy. I'm gonna check. I think we need to reload. Yeah, we should have reloaded already. 14. I love this. I love this. Now that they have the ability to go around corners, we can fuck with them a lot. What's the matter, buddy? Can't get me? What's the matter, buddy? Are your behavioral protocols telling you to go around the fence too much? I'm way too easily amused. Now he's yeah, I know. I'm fucking around too much. All it takes is one bite, guys. All it takes is one bite. We're already up to, what are we up to? 60 hours on this character? I'd prefer not to lose it over fucking around. Come on. You do it, buddy? Going for it? Go for it. You tried it. Yeah, fuck this. possess you to slap the door. Oh, and he has no way through. Or at least he thinks he doesn't. They learned how to go through all the corners except for those. 3 rounds. Hey Richard, good morning. We've been cleaning out Faust Lake with a little bit of transgression violation. 1 shot left? 1 shot left. No shot left. Feeling like I'm hearing something to my right. 11. I think we might have gotten all the fence slappers finally. There were a lot of them in this neighborhood, but we're looking good now. Pull the back end of this fence, please. Yeah, look at that, look at that, look at that. We ain't done with the fence slappers yet. Shooting my ass. There we go. Uh, 765. 4. Why, I don't trust myself, I check. I always check. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, you popped out of that window, bitch. What is that? Roll up. 2. Look at that, 2 targets. We've improved the targeting selection. One north? Yeah. Hey, aiming level 5. Okay, you know what? We've long secured the area that we need to secure for looting the agriculture shop. I believe we're clear. It was a nice little round of transgression and violation. It is part of the Sly Cooper soundtrack, if anybody is interested. Very lovely, lovely soundtrack. I like it. I have no complaints about it yet. I don't know how much I'm going to take their word for it when they say they've improved it, because it doesn't feel that much different from 42.12, but, I mean, yeah, I mean, I didn't have that many complaints with it with 42.12. I mean, there were issues in 42.12 where we targeted a few feet when we were clearly aiming at a head, but I mean, that's still happening now, and it's very sparse. I never really got, like, a solid grasp of how often it happened in 42.12. Alright, gives me this yellow generator here. This is probably coming back to Riverside with us, being a yellow one. Yeah, aim 0, that's true. Because I never actually got to experience what aiming from level 0 feels like in 42.12, so I actually can't speculate on that, unfortunately. When 42.12 dropped, that was when Annie was first entering Louisville. And that was 42.12 was when, in my opinion, a lot of some of the best changes came to aiming that we've seen recently. So take a little look at this thing right here. Heavy chain with hook. Encumbrance 12.5. Currently there's no use for this in the game, but it's been here since B42. I've said this before, but it bears repeating. I believe these things, heavy chain with hook, we're going to need these to tow someday. I don't know when. Every single time a B42 update comes out, I dread that that's going to be in the patch notes. Towing now requires a heavy chain with hook, because that's going to cut the amount of space I have left to work with my field kits. It's going to cut that shit in half. 12 encumbrance, I'm going to have to keep that on my passenger seat probably. Yeah, that's, it sucks, but it's coming. It's coming. It's a question of when, not if. Yeah, they did. I'm not noticing it, but maybe. Maybe it is for the better. I definitely saw where they said that they made some changes. We are threshing grain at the moment. Threshing grain just involves taking a heavy wheat sheaf and breaking it apart, taking the seeds out of it. And the seeds are about 100 times lighter to transport, which is why we do that. We want the seeds, not the sack. We got about 9 empty M9 mags. I'll just leave those in the passenger seat for now. Probably, yeah. I mean, honestly, we've got almost 80 wheat seeds here. I don't think you can make oil from wheat seeds, but we've got a billion of other types of seed. We can make some of that lovely seed oil. I might get invaded. That was the whole point of the combat operation we just did. That was to make noise everywhere in the local vicinity, so that we can loot this particular place in peace. One side is unlocked, but the other isn't. Alright, we are now collecting all seeds that we find. Gotta have more seed. Seeds. Need seed and feed up in this bitch. Okay, garbage bag time. I'd be slightly more discerning. I've already got like 10 rakes back at base from EP Tools, so we can afford to toss some of this crap on the floor. These 7 sacks of sand shall be coming back with us, so for now I can put them in my backpack. No, not beside... All I've been putting in the animal trailer was just the food container and then the egg container. The animal trailer is mostly full already. I eagerly await the day that we can just change a animal trailer from animal trailer to just shove loot into this trailer. Most of the rest of these shelves are fertilizer. Lots of fertilizer. 2 animal feed bags. Agriculture 3, I think that was one we were missing. I have no memory of this place. I'll take it because I'm not sure. We're tired a little early today, and I don't like that, but that's alright, we'll survive. Yeah, it is true. There's a lot of room in this thing. There's a lot of room. There's a lot. If you can fit a cow somewhere, you should be able to fit 200 encumbrance of stuff. I mean, these cows weigh like... The average cow is like 300 encumbrance. Assuming the game is keeping consistency with it, the numbers that you see when you pick up their corpses, for example. I'm not 100% sure about that part, but yeah, it's a little silly. Almost just a little bit more room in the trunk here. Got room for like 3 more encumbrance. Kind of don't want to split the seeds up. Perfect. Now the trunk of the ambulance is actually going to remain unchanged. I'm going to bring the ambulance back as is, but I'm also going to tow back the... Oh, you know what? I know exactly what I'm going to do now, and it's going to involve a throwaway vehicle and 2 trips. So I was going to tow in reverse all the way back to Riverside, the ambulance towing the state trooper mobile. That is not the best course of action anymore, because now I have this trailer, and back in Riverside I already have a throwaway vehicle that I can use to just drive back here and pick up the state trooper vehicle and tow that instead. Now, when it comes to this fertilizer, I don't think I'm going to need that much of it, but I am going to collect what's here. I can balance this. Not quite. Really close, but not quite. Okay, we got everything out of here. So on the floor right here is 73 encumbrance of animal feed bags and, whatchamacallit, fertilizer. Make that 77. Funny thing is, I could probably hand carry that, but I will think about that much later. Right now, when it comes to thinking about carrying anything, I haven't done the gun store part of the rural supply yet. That is next, after I dump everything that I just picked up. Because there is a gun shop in there, and that is what is behind the counter in the corner there. Alright, now I've emptied everything out of the police vehicle that was in the side seat and the glove, so I can actually take this full garbage bag and just put it in the front right. The trunk has got a duffel here full of random stuff. If we keep this duffel full of random stuff under 12 encumbrance total, then we can fit it in the glove. Failure. We need to remove 2 encumbrance. Okay, this trauma bag weighs exactly 13 encumbrance now. That is exactly how much I can fit in the glove compartment. Right? No. No, of course the trauma bag weighs 13.0, but for some reason it won't fit, and I'm gonna chalk that up to a floating point math error. Let's just remove one of these stupid adhesive bandages. Now it fits. Funny thing is, I can put the bandage in afterwards. Fucking... I wish floating point math didn't have so many problems. It's more accurate. FP32 is far more accurate than integer math or whatever the quads. I forget what the smaller byte form is, but it's not as accurate. I know that much. Now, thanks to how thorough we were, I don't think there's anything stopping me from headed back to the place and finishing what I started. No, there is nothing stopping that. Needed to sort through this stuff already, but I did not get a chance to. Very, very low chance of anything being super important, just rope, nuts and bolts. Maybe a rake head. I have a soft spot for buckets. Twine is something that you have so much of that you don't know what to do with it until you start doing certain things to level up certain parts of skills, and then you'll wonder where it all disappeared to. I'm overthinking it. Yeah, this stuff on the floor here, if I want any of it, there's still plenty of places in Riverside I can go to get it. Oh, I don't have the sledgehammer. Glad I caught myself before I got started. The sledgehammer, I don't know if it's not like a hard requirement, but there is going to be a security door to get through. And the security door would take many, many, many hits with my current loadout, because I'm tired and I don't have anything better than a claw hammer at the moment. So sledgehammer is not in the duffel. I left it on the floor back in Riverside. Okay, so we are going to be powering through that wall. Which means I'm not going to be doing it while I'm tired, which means we're not going to finish looting that place tonight. Because I have to bash my way through a door, and I don't have the sledgehammer to do it, so. Skill issue. I should have brought the sledgehammer. Something I can do in the meantime, though, I can actually just check the convenience store here. We're a bit low on immediately edible food anyway. The convenience store here was There's an ugly right there. We'll kill the ugly. Hello, ugly. Right this way, please. Did too fatigued, but we can handle this as long as we don't see any groups of them anywhere. Just drink this soda. A whole 2 liter of soda. I don't think this would actually get rid of much fatigue, though. Dismantle the gates. I think I know what you're talking about. I do have a welding torch on me. I may do that. That is a possibility. Bottle of black industrial dye. Hell yes. Absolutely. 100%. I saw an episode of Exposure Survival, but it's the one that doesn't give any skill points. A lot of what we're picking up is actually just going to get dumped straight into one of the containers at our field site. Holy crap, that's... I might not be able to pick all that up. That's a lot of food. Hang on. I got a solution for this. Threaten me with a good time. Ah, there's some vinegar. Maybe that will be useful for... jarring food. Okay, I was not... I should not have even tried to hope that I would be able to get everything in one go. But that's a pretty solid grab. We'll dump what we have and head back tomorrow. A lot of what, like I said before, a lot of what we just picked up is just going to here to stay. But better in my base where I know where it is, instead of around the corner where I haven't even sorted it yet. I did see one Zed to the north there. And attempt fate and not attack him. Should only be almost useless ship down here. Yeah. So far, there's a teddy bear at all of my major bases. And this is not even supposed to be a major base, it's a waypoint. But now this one gets a teddy bear, cabbage patch, and a spooky spider. And we're almost straight to bedtime there. Lots of time spent, but no time wasted, technically. Alright. Very successful bedtime. Construction worker was nerfed. Okay, no. So, when I said that, what I was... At first, I didn't realize that the sleeping traits were removed. So when I felt... it felt like what I suspected, and I didn't know this at the time, I suspected that they had increased the cost. The point cost of construction worker. I was wrong about that. The point cost is the same, I just did not have the offsets of my sleeping perks, which I just completely overlooked. So, technically speaking, they have not nerfed construction worker at all, actually. I was just, I misread the situation at the time. Definitely not feeling any nerfs from that. Now that being said, we had to spend about an hour in our first part of this character series, linked in the description below. First part of this character series, like the one of the first hours we spent was fixing our perks using debug mode, because the sleep perks are not available in the character building, the character creation menu. So in order to actually set up the sleep perks that we want, that we're supposed to have available, that devs have confirmed is not, that they weren't meant to be removed, it's just something that happened because of multiplayer. We had to spend about an hour getting that sorted out, because when we, I mean, adding the perks was easy, but when we did that, we broke our fitness, because that's a thing again. So we had to fix that. We had spent a little bit of time figuring that out. But no, now that that was sorted out, no nerfs, everything is good. It wasn't intentional. It was just literally just an accident. I'm okay with that. Accidents are fine as long as they get them sorted out. I was kind of hoping for a hot fix before the devs go on holiday. That would be nice. We might not get lucky. They might go ahead and head out to their holiday break and leave us with what we've got right now, which is not bad, but they did it last year, so it would be cool if they did it this year. That's as far as I'll take that statement. Alright, so what's in this garbage bag in my hand is confirmed to come back to Riverside with us. What I'm going to do is start taking some things from this construction equipment loot, particularly long sticks and wooden rods, because those have proven very annoying to make, even though I'm carving, high-level carving. I still need to go source saplings for these long sticks, and that's fucking annoying. So just taking the long sticks that I've found here back to Riverside, not something I would normally do in the past, but now, yeah, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, a lot of the rest of the stuff that's in these bags, stuff that I could bring forward to future bases. This compost bag is questionable as to whether I'm going to make room for it. I will leave it on the floor right here, where I can see it conspicuously, and decide at a future moment. I have some more rope somewhere. I could probably make a stack of it at this point. I have already confirmed that everything in this container is something that's coming back to Riverside with me. But there is a little bit of unnecessary stuff in here. For example, these rakes that I just picked up. I can dismantle those into rake heads. I probably already have more than I need. I did the same thing with Annie, where I picked up way more rake heads than I actually ended up using for rake bats. But I can also convert those into rake long bats if I want to do long blunt. one of the reasons I have to put so much thought into this is I don't want to do an extra trip, and I don't want to forget anything that whatchamacallit, I may want. 2 light bulbs, I could just replace the headlights. Even though I have no skill in mechanics yet, I can still replace a headlight without any risk of anything breaking. A little bit more optimized. If we play our cards right, we'll loot the gun store tomorrow, and then we'll be back to Riverside by the end of the day. The convenience store actually probably is going to have a few seeds in it still. So we're going to ignore anything else in the convenience store right now and just grab seeds from the back room. Remember, silent fucks be behind any door now. So we're going to ignore anything except seeds, he says, as he proceeds to go through and grab fucking everything. I'm not that, I swear, I'm not that bad. There it is, seeds. For some reason the back rooms back here always have seeds. Animal care I don't know if I have, so grabbing that. Why is there power in here? Got my flashlight. There's power in here for some. Okay, whatever. We got a magic power light source here, powered by the hopes and dreams of children on the other side of the planet, perhaps, who didn't actually run into zombies yet. We are almost up to another bolt of rope. We just need 2 more rope and we can come home with a bolt. Or a stack of rope, rather. Alright, I've put myself in this box. I'm picking up canned food. I'm going to drop it off at the gas station, and then we will move on. Just the seeds, he said. Just the fucking seeds. I don't know if I have enough self-control for that, to be honest. I don't know if I do. See, I could justify it to myself if I could think in terms of maybe I can get everything and make sure I don't have to come back in here, but I can't. There's literally no way I could get everything in the convenience store right now. Just too much stuff. But that's okay. We got what we wanted out of the convenience store. We're going to drop it off, and we are going to not look at the convenience store again as we drive past it 20 more times. I'm perfectly capable of doing that. I just need to remind myself to actually fucking do it. That's what I meant to do. Okay. Large form food in there. Small form food in the corner. It's a little bit backwards, but we got it. Organized is not just a trait, it's a way of life. Seeing that can of oats have freshness now has kind of changed my perspective on a few things. Well, I mean, I don't think the freshness is actually supposed to be a thing until you open it, but I think opening things has been broken in general right now. I don't know if you guys noticed, I have not actually had to open any of these cans of soda that I drank. That entire feature of opening things is probably broken right now. I don't think that was ever very popular. I don't think anybody was ever asking for that feature, nor defending it after it came out. Now, of course, the Indie Stone has a lot of glazers. There are a lot of people who will vehemently defend their design decisions no matter what. But usually when it gets to the point of something as silly as having to open a can of soda before drinking it, usually the people who defend them without a second thought just start changing the subject when that topic comes up. Not the only thing that they dance around. Definitely the only thing. I don't mind being passionate about things. I am passionate about things. Just remember, the Indie Stone doesn't even know who you are. Don't put that much effort into defending them for no reason. The stock doesn't even know who you are. Beautiful. TBA on whether I actually want to take tarps back to Riverside with me or not. I don't know for sure. that does it for any more books that I thought I might not have that we're going to make sure that I have. We may run into a couple more when we get to the gun shop, because the gun shop has a chance of getting us some, a few of those aiming and reloading books. I have a general understanding of which books I need. I think I just need aiming 5, and then I need reloading 1 for the Sacred Collection, and then everything after 2. Because right now, reloading 2 is the only reloading book I've ever found. I'm just going to get ahead of the fact that my short bat with rake spikes is almost broken. I'm going to leave it on the floor. The sledgehammer that I'm going to need to bring with me is going to go on my nowhere, because I don't have one. I keep thinking that I have a sledgehammer, and then realizing that I don't. We are going to take with us the whatchamacallit. We'll take our welding kit with us. If we can weld through the door, we will. Speaking of welding, did I not find very many torches in that building? I guess I didn't. Interesting. So we found so many steel sheets. Found so many steel sheets, but no torches. Okay. Whatever you say, game. It's an odd collection for a store. You're gonna sell welding supplies, but not all of them. In that case, we only have 1 welding torch at all to work with, and that's the one in here, because I always carry around one in my ambulance field, or whichever vehicle is my primary. I always carry one around there. So if this is gonna work, we've got the materials to make it work. We're gonna make it back to Riverside by this afternoon, he says, as he proceeds to spend the entire morning fucking around with loot. Okay, we can disassemble that. But once I disassemble this, will I be able to just break my way through the gun storage glass display thing there? Hopefully. I've never tried. We're about to find out. Failed to produce any usable materials. What a surprise. Yes, glass display counter. Wait a minute, where are you going? Woman. There we go. BEA, beautiful. Thank you, KTO, as always. My guiding light. Ammo, and more ammo. We have an entire carton. And possibly another carton of something. Let's consolidate all the ammo together first. Finally found a double holster. That'll be cool someday. Actually, sooner rather than later. I mean, I can start carrying my full... now that we've gotten everything out of this place, I can actually start carrying around my full firearm loadout now. There's nothing stopping that. Unfortunately, we do not have enough loose boxes of anything to make any cartons. That is alright. We will survive. Nay, we will persevere. Got like 3 or 4 encumbrance left in the trunk there. None of that. Exactly 2 encumbrance left. And would you look at that, I have exactly 2 encumbrance of decorations. Trunk is 100% full. There's still lots of guns in there. But what we're going to do now is hand carry whatever we need to. Yeah. Dang this. Alright. That and don't have room for too much more else, so it's that okay. We don't have to min-max that just yet. So step 1 of looting the guns is to get them all in one spot, then take them apart, get all the ammo out of them. We'll standardize their sizes. there were not actually that many guns in here. We have acquired them all, and there was nothing impressive among them. Mostly guns that we already had. The M625 was nice because we'll be using that a bit. Seeing as we don't have any tritium pistol sights yet, it is not yet worth it to start using the 1911, in my humble opinion. Drop the guns we picked up, we'll deal with those in a moment. We now have a double holster, which means our belt is finally going to be exactly what it's supposed to be. First I've got to reorganize these, drop that, drop the current holster I'm using, which is just a single, and then put on the double holster. Equip the 9mm in the correct slot, which is 8. And in slot 7, we're going to take one of those brand spanking new M625s that we picked up. And that's going to go in our left. And same deal with one of them M36 revolvers, that's going to go on our ankle holster. We did have one previously, but then we didn't have any 38 special to put in it. That has been solved. So our gun loadout is what it always should have been now. Let's put our bags back on. It's after been all the way over here. And we have 9 slots. All 9 slots. So one of these MSR 788s has already got an 8X and a recoil pad. And I have vowed, ever since Annie Mae got to aiming level 10 and started experimenting with what the various sniper rifles felt like, I vowed that I'm never going to use 308 again on a M14. I'm never shooting an M14 again. It's just that you can only put 308 into it. That there's already several things wrong with that from the start, but 308 is so much better spent in an MSR 788 because your range capabilities in an M14 are abysmal compared to the 788. And if you're going to be shooting that expensive 308 that's only 22 a box, you're probably going to want to use a 788. So this one that already has the scope and the recoil pad that I'd be putting on it anyway, yeah, no, that's going on the back. Might as well. This other one, just pull the scope off of it. And then we've got a shotgun that has a choke tube on it already. Now, aside from a recoil pad, I would put a recoil pad on the shotgun, otherwise this shotgun is exactly how I would have it. Of course, I won't be using a shotgun for quite a minute. I want to be higher level aiming before I start spending any of that valuable, super valuable shotgun ammo. We never even found a 2-time scope here. This whole gun store and no 2-time scopes. So this shotgun is not actually how I would use it. But we can at least put a recoil pad on it. Okay. That's all been sorted out. And now, because of all the sorting we just did, we're super hungry. We're more capable of picking up some of this stuff that we were going to have to leave on the floor initially. We might even be able to get all of it. But yeah, we've already trawled through all the containers in here. So this store is cleaned out. I'm glad I decided to check up here. I was just looking for something to eat, but I ended up finding a flag and a couple of coffee. I think there's also yeah, there's a state flag up there too. Right over captured the flag. This is how I'm going to play this. I'm going to pick up everything I can pick up. And then I'm going to sorry, one moment. We're transporting a lot of stuff at once here. But we can manage. We'll pull it off. Handbags are almost completely full. One moment. Okay. 100% of everything is coming with us. Extremely vulnerable, overloaded to high hell, but we've got everything I wanted, plus stuff I was hoping to come back for on a third fucking trip. But we're going to be able to do this in 2 trips. First trip is going to be the ambulance with the trailer. We're going to leave that at Riverside. We're going to take one of our throwaway vehicles, drive back here, pick up the truck here, and hand carry a couple of things on the floor here if we want to. But I think We're going to need to hand carry the generator with us.
Hey!
I didn't intend on hitting hay just now. The generator is not staying here. I don't have enough spare generators yet for that. But we will catch that on the flip side here momentarily. Seeing what happened in Australia. Shooting in Sydney. At a Chanukah celebration. What is CHA? I've never heard of Chanukah. I've heard of Hanukkah. 11. Bondi Beach, Jewish holiday event. Israel versus Palestine. It reaches all over the planet, doesn't it? That's one of those things that I'm not even gonna get. I mean, again, 1,000 years of history right there. Over 1,000 years of history. The notion that any of us would ever see the end of it in our lifetimes is laughable. Think of how many dozens of people who thought they would see the end of it in their lifetimes, and every single one of them was wrong. What makes any of you think we're going to see the end of it? It's just taken a nice modern edge where people on the other side of the planet can stand in solidarity with one side. There's nothing good about either. There's nothing good about that particular aspect of the situation. The fact that the conflict engages people all over the planet now. That is one thing that makes me think the internet was a mistake. Mass shopping. that's one way to phrase it. That's one way to phrase it. Doing shit on holiday. I mean, okay, so there's in the modern context, there are supposed to be rules of war. There's supposed to be international law. There's all these little things that us Westerners have invented to keep ourselves feeling a little bit better about invading smaller countries. But at the end of the day, war is well, when it's that deep, when it's thousands of years old, there's no code of ethics. There's no international law. Nobody is not an armed combatant. Everybody is a target. Everybody who takes a side, really. Even the people who don't take a side, if you want it hard enough, even people who don't take sides become targets. That's how these 1,000-year-old wars become. They engage those of us who just want to be left alone. Yeah. The thing about the UK that just made me like laugh. The hardest I've laughed in a long time was when I saw that things were heating up between India and Pakistan for a brief period of time there, and people were starting to wonder if India and Pakistan were actually going to enter a hot war, as opposed to just shooting up each other's borders like they've done for the past forever. To hear that there were literal street brawls in the UK over folks from Pakistan and folks from India just eyeballing each other because of what's going on in their home country. Again, this shit like that just makes me feel like, okay, if we didn't have the internet, they wouldn't know what's going on in their home country. They probably wouldn't be fighting in the streets right now would they? Maybe the internet was a mistake. Nah, on the whole, it's been good, but boy, do we have some growing pains as a species. There's a lot of growing pains to get through. Yeah, no, there's a whole can of worms when it comes to importing it, but the ability for somebody to assimilate and become a part of the place that they've moved to is only getting less and less effective over time, because the connected nature of the rest of the world makes it so easy for them to just act as though they were still in their home country. And that's one of the reasons you're seeing shit like that happen. Almost plowed into those guys. You'll never hear me come out and say that's it's entirely wrong. No, people shouldn't make sensible economic decisions. No. I'm not that kind of a guy. But the people who create the economic conditions for those incentives are the final bosses. Geth once told me, and I'll credit him for this. Geth, my buddy Geth, I think he's been on a couple of my 7 Days to Die videos, but he has told me once a long time ago that there are 2 final bosses in the world, in the West as we know it: Visa and MasterCard. Everything else that we're seeing going wrong with the world is kind of somewhat downstream from them. Not all. I mean, it's not like they control everything, but if you think about it, they control SWIFT, they control the movement of money, and as the United States federal government found out with terrorists, if you control the money, you can stop a lot of things before they happen. And when the financial sector realized that the government could do that, they started doing it themselves for arbitrary reasons. And now we live in this world where we own nothing and we're not even happy. Imagine if the second part of that sentence was actually correct. If we owned nothing but we were actually happy. Imagine that. Wouldn't that be kind of neat? I mean, if I was actually happy, you might almost catch me saying, whatever, I don't need to own stuff if I'm actually happy. But who is actually going to be fucking happy under those circumstances? I don't know. But this was entirely expected. A bunch of people showing up at my gas station here. We're going to annihilate these guys as soon as I get rid of... What else am I carrying? Bags. Alright, get off of my base. Stop smacking my shit. Fuck all of you people. Get out of here. This is not your gas station. No zombies. We're tired, so we're actually going to be shooting. Not expecting a firefight. Such is life in Riverside right now. I need to use 8. Still have plenty of shots. Ammo check. 9 in the current one. I'm gonna need to be frequently checking my fucking windows. Fuck, I almost caught myself on a corner there. I'm doing some stupid shit to make sure they don't break my windows. And you need to study out. Einstein said it himself. I don't even know if that might be an apocryphal quote. When he talked about a generation of idiots because tech is progressing faster than society. I don't even care if it's apocryphal, it's fucking true. Oi. Oh, there we go. I'm not even speaking from a point of, it's easy for somebody in my position. I've seen it with a lot of my coworkers. When you are in, an IT job, and you're talking to a user, and this fact I'm using the word user. When you're talking to somebody on the phone trying to help them with something, you start getting the sense in the back of your head that, man, these people really have no idea how technology works. Should they really be operating it all the time? And it's hard to get out of that mindset sometimes, but it is not a hard and fast truth, because people don't always have to understand exactly how a machine works to use the machine responsibly. It's just that there is absolutely no fucking semblance whatsoever in the modern world of how to use computers to, any sort of computing device responsibly. The word responsibly just doesn't even fucking factor in there. It's just, I got the iPad, I'm gonna sit there and stare at it for 20 hours today. I mean, I'm no better. Just because I got a 44-inch screen doesn't make me that much better. I'm no better. But, that at least I'm trying to think in these terms. Sometimes that's the first boss. Even so much as thinking about responsibility is sometimes a hard thing in the modern context. There's a lot of responsibility to be had that is not being had. And that is probably the least controversial take that you'll have me here on this channel. Alright, no damage to the base. We discharged in this area and did not pull anybody from around the corners as far as I can... Hello! I didn't even see exactly where she was. I just turned and my brain meat saw that fucking animation of somebody walking, and it was a fast shambler. Now my heart rate is back to 120 beats per minute. You know what? Fuck it. I am gonna curb stomp this bitch. Just out of spite. Yeah, again, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, specialize in what you're good at, and you don't specialize in something that you're not interested in. Of course, I'm always a big fan of just, if you like something, it never hurts to learn more about it. But I mean, you know, that's just a very milquetoast generic statement that can be applied to anything. There's nothing that inherently is special about modern computers that should make them something that you should not mess with at all if you don't know how it works. But I mean, okay, so screen time. That's what a lot of the people these days use. They use the word screen time to talk about how much time they should be spending, and that addresses one small factor of the equation is how much time you're spending on it. It's not just a question of how much time you're spending on it, though. I think anybody with any sort of self-awareness is going to be able to acknowledge that it's a little bit more than just time. It's how you're spending that time, and how that time is spending you. Maybe that was a little bit less profound than it should be, but the notion is, I mean, everybody, I'm sure most people watching right now will have heard the phrase, if you've got something for free, then you're the product. I cannot stress how accurate that statement is today. It's so much more accurate than it was back when we first started hearing it, back when Gmail, it was like somebody was talking about Gmail. If something is free, then you're the product. And my God, in this day and age, okay. So it's not a complete truth anymore, because now sometimes you're the product even when you're fucking paying for things. That's how bad it's gotten. But yeah, anybody who's seen a Clippy avatar probably knows what I'm talking about on that. Yeah, that's the amount of time you have to spend on it to do what you like to do for a living. That's always an important factor in the equation there. Like my dad, for example, he before he retired, the last job he was working had him on a computer for like 4 hours a day. So my dad, he'll learn whatever he has to learn to make money. He was that kind of a guy when he was still gainfully employed. Now he's just coasting and going on cruises in Florida. The boomer life, as it were. I'm never not going to make fun of him when it comes up, because isn't it amazing that some people can actually just be middle class but still plan to do that kind of shit? It's almost as if it used to be easier to save money than it is now. I actually have no choice but to shoot these ones. Even though shooting them might bring a couple more, I am now exerted, tired, and hungry. There's no not shooting them. I'm very, very glad that I finally leveled firearms a little bit. If I had not leveled firearms, I would be going to get one of my vehicles and ramming into these fuckers. Clock 1 left. You know what? I'm just gonna sit down and read a book for a moment while we wait for that one to come say hi. I'm not gonna let those zombies tell me 100% what to do. Oh, I have melee. My melee is 0.3 times what its normal damage would be because I'm tired. Now, okay, I do have caffeine tablets and they've been buffed, so I could just take a caffeine tablet. But the last couple times I've done that, it has annihilated my sleep schedule to such an extent that I would be more pissed off right now if I tried to go to sleep and I couldn't go to sleep than I would be if I had to spend a little bit of ammo leveling my aim. Threaten me with a good time. I just want to... I should have, when I started shooting, I should have actually pulled a couple further north. That would have been the smarter thing to do. Yeah, it's ridiculous how low your melee damage can get once you're tired enough. I still wish someday the devs of this game will incorporate adrenaline as an actual thing. They've already got the precursor mechanic, panic. Now, it is possible to be panicked without adrenaline. Once or twice in my life, I've been in a situation where I've just been in a constant state of adrenaline burn that I actually had panic moments that it feels really fucking weird to be panicked without any adrenaline in your system. Or I guess in that case I might have actually been like a tolerance to adrenaline or something. This is when I was on a canoeing trip in the north, on the border lakes between Canada and the States. Called it Northern Tier. And we were trying to portage where you have to get out of your canoe and carry it between lakes. We were trying to portage through a they called it moose muck. It was just this really, really deep fucking mud that almost felt like quicksand when you stepped into it. And I had been, you know, just kind of powering through it all day. Many times I got my foot stuck somewhere and I was just like, all right, fine, I got this. And I'm burning adrenaline constantly. But then at the end of the day, I was crashing out already. But then step into some moose muck, and I reached the guide on our group, an adult. You know me, I'm a 14-year-old kid. Of course, I'm not going to be as emotionally stable as this guy. This guy, he goes over, oh, stop complaining. I fucking lost it. But when he said that, I actually kind of, you know, got a little bit panicked. And I was like, wait a minute, where's the adrenaline? It's not even there. It was one of the weirdest feelings I've ever had. I bring that up because in this game, every time you get panicked, you should get a little bit of adrenaline. And that should erase things like tired, hungry, all sorts of things should just get erased very briefly while you have adrenaline. And you should get diminishing returns on it, because that's exactly how it works in real life. A system like that shouldn't be too hard to code if you have, if you can do whatever you want with the character system in this game. I wouldn't know how to make a mod for it, because that would require refactoring the character class in the Java. And I ain't fucking doing that with, brutally good cardio. Oh man, if only I'd retained some of that. I don't think I was ever in pretty good shape. I don't think I've ever... My IRL fitness stat has probably never been higher than 5. And it is definitely nowhere near 5 right now. Perk for that. Oh, do you mean like a mod? I have seen mods that have the word adrenaline in it. I've never actually tried them. Ah, yes. I think I actually have seen that. In B41, I remember there was a... this was actually before B41 went, like, full stable. I remember there was a thing you could do where you could take, like, agoraphobic and easily panicked, and then there was a trait that would make you faster when panicked. And there was a literal meme going on about it because you could go really, really fast all the time. I am scared. Wait a minute, am I out of ammo completely? Yeah, I'm completely out of ammo. I have 2 shots in my 38 special. Alright, we're out of here. One of the reasons that I went all the way up here, it wasn't just me getting distracted. I also... the gunshots that everybody was hearing near my base, I wanted them to be heard up there instead. So if there's anybody on the other side of the road to the south, for example, they would now be incentivized to go a little further north. Now this bitch right here, I am going to try to push and stomp, if at all possible. At this point, if there are any more in the area, I would very much like to not grab them. I swear to God, if I see like 3 more in the parking lot here, I'm going to be broken. I'm just going to take a caffeine tab. Okay, I don't need to be broken. I'm good. I was fully expecting to see a few when I came back here. That was slightly more than I was expecting. All right. Give our girl some food there. Now we do have to loot this before we park it, so I'll kind of drop it right here or something. One thing I will do before crashing is I'm going to take these books out that I went out of my way to set aside, see if it was worth it. Any of them books that I needed? I don't think so. Nope. Wait a minute. The butchering one was not a dupe. The forging one was not a dupe. Hell yeah. Okay. Very nice. So only the agriculture ones were dupes. So we have expended 12 magazines of M9. That was all we were carrying with us at the time. It is just about bedtime, so we are hitting the sack. Way east of Riverside. East is gonna be... That's gotta be West Point. Yeah, there's a pretty big, whatchamacallit, police department there. There's a smaller... I don't remember if there is much of a PD in Brandenburg. Brandenburg's obviously got the military checkpoint, but that's the opposite direction, that's west. Any guests be advised, I am now melee capable again. You're gonna have a bad time if you roll up now. Okay. We have gotten a fair bit of stuff sorted here. Garbage bag, I had to separate that. Everything is out of the animal trailer. I can go put that somewhere now. The animal trailer is comprised of standard parts, so I'm going to put it in the parking lot where I'm eventually going to put other vehicles for standard parts. Right next to these other trailers, as it were. Favorite location, Roller Dude. You're looking at probably my favorite location that currently exists. So like if we're talking about an existing POI, like a place that's already a gas station, for example, the gas station here in Riverside, favorite place by far, bar none. No matter where I want to go, what I want to do, I'll always probably come back here in this general place. The first time I did B42, I built in the Spiffos here to make a base. Like, I transformed Spiffos into a pretty dank-looking base. 3 or 4 times that I've done B42 characters, I built up into the gas station here, and I never went anywhere else. But my long-term goals are always to make my own base out inside the river, because once you're inside the river, you don't have to worry about respawns, except for, you know, on the road on your way in. Because this area here in Riverside, as far as I know it, is the only gas station that is very close to the Ohio River. Aside from anything in Louisville, that doesn't count because Louisville is Louisville. Because this area, because of the proximity to the river, and my desire to build in the river to dodge respawns, those 2 factors mean I'm always going to set up here. And I can actually show you guys if you're interested. I have a long history of base construction, and I'm always very proud of it. This is a little compilation shot of my bases from pre 42.7. So this is what I was talking about, where I built a base out of Spiffos. This right here, I used the first floor of Spiffos for various things. Built the second floor myself. And then this was back when I was obsessed with trying to prevent any potential respawns or, you know, migration movements by just building my own walls. I walled in this entire section between the gas station and Spiffos. It didn't work. I still had zombies popping up inside the parking lot once in a very long while. And I converted the neighborhood off to the left side there into a barnyard area. I have the fences layered around the barnyard to prevent any potential... so, like, let's say a zombie spawned from the north, for example, or the south, or the east, or the west. The cows in their current position are actually insulated from zombies by 2 layers of fences. But I called that Riverside Readout. That was... When was that? That was February 21st, 2025. Yeah, so that was a long time ago. It was February of this year. Everything in here is... This was before that, actually. I think this one was before that. This is just a very basic thing where I set up inside the gas station and tried to do everything from the gas station, and then started really feeling the lack of floor space. I would never do this again. What I've been doing in the gas station is actually already getting dangerously close to this, so... Make sure that I'm good. And then, you know, same deal here. This was another of Barb the Builder, long before her situation. And then, oh yeah, so Barb the Builder, she had I just went up to the river to plant some crops up there. And that one I made it to November. Now this one was 42.6. This was the one, 42.6, I built in the gas station and tried to build my own add-ons to it. I didn't get too far with that. I probably would not do that again, just because any one of these walls that you make, zombies can wander on up and start slapping them. And that becomes irritating to deal with. You guys have already seen my obsession with places that have no windows or doors on certain long walls of areas. And that's because there are fewer attack surfaces for zombies. But that's when I got the brilliant idea to start building at the riverside. This was 42 point... I don't remember. I honestly don't remember the order of some of these. I think it's clockwise or counterclockwise. I think. But don't quote me on that. I'm just looking at some of my older bases. This is all before 42.7, I believe. Oh, this is a look inside of the second floor of that custom base I built. I never got too much progress into the second floor before that save got broken by an update. And this is the first floor. I have optimized the workshop layout quite significantly since this one was relevant. The kitchen is almost a solid thing. The kitchen is not... I wouldn't do it too much differently than this. I would just probably make it a little bigger. I do enjoy how my kitchen turned out in those particular ones. But yeah, I have a long history with this part of Riverside, and I love it. It's always been very strategically lovely. And this one was my most recent one. This was 42.12. This is the one that got broken by the most recent update. Now, that being said, we can always roll back and explore it if we want to. So this is not lost forever. And to be honest, I might actually make a backup copy of Project Zomboid 42.12 in case the devs ever decide to pull that off of Steam. But yeah, this is what this is close to what I would do now. This is close. There are optimizations I would do. I've already mentioned this, but I would put it further into the river. You see how this crop plot is completely isolated from the land, with the exception of this little tiny bridge. I would do that except for everything. That is, I learned how to do this a little too late. Yeah, the outcropping effect. Yeah. There's no reason to have my entire front building exposed to this area where the zombies can respawn. Never again, never again. That was fucking annoying, and I'm going to get ahead of it this time. I'm going to force them to bottleneck themselves. This is what it looks like at night. I really did enjoy the aesthetic of it. I would probably... The workshop layout here is close to optimal. Very close to optimal. One or two things I would do differently, maybe. And then everything else in the bottom quadrant, I never found a purpose for it. It was all purely cosmetic. The second floor, 99% cosmetic. Obviously, we have a conservatory with one of every instrument, rain barrels, separate liquor containments for every type of liquor. And this was my forward base of that back when we were in Louisville, so nothing special there. Always lovely to go back down and reference my previous designs. We burnt a couple of hours doing that, but you know what? That is okay. Gave me some perspective. We're going to take a nap here. Wait. I appreciate that. A lot of them are just, you guys have seen through the course of this stream. Sometimes I'll just be sitting here, my eyes glazing over, while I'm figuring this shit out. Funny thing is, I might actually end up putting on YouTube the construction process of some of those bases. I mean, I have all of the footage from all of those runs. When I started playing B42, when it first came out, I just had the mentality of what I've been doing in Darktide previously, which is just record everything and hold on to it on your hard drive and look through it for fun stuff later. That ended up in me cutting out the middleman and just streaming directly to YouTube. That's the easier way to do it. Now that we actually did find some garlic, I might actually bump up my plans to do the garden, because we know where the garden's going to go now. That part has been solved. And we came home with some nice flags. I'm gonna get those up on the wall, start hiding those cracks that are appearing in the, these are appearing way too fast. The devs, kind of speed ran the, apocalypse degradation process because they want people to start seeing it before they die, because everybody dies. R.I.P. everybody, I guess. factory and storage area. Oh yes, absolutely. If you're talking about Electromax, we've spent a lot of time there already. It's if you're talking about like it's east of Riverside, it's not a bad base. I mean, honestly, if you are still kind of new to base construction, just setting up there and just making use of the tools there, and just kind of experimenting with making your base. Because I mean, there if you just build a base there, you'll have all the necessary tools and equipment just right there in all those boxes. I'm talking about the hang on a second. If we look at the map, we've actually got a mark for it. It is right. If we're here in Riverside, we're at the gas station with the G there. Electromax is right here, and I'm talking about the building with the W. That is to the south of the factory floor. The factory floor up here, I don't like it. It's way too expansive and hard to... I would never know if a zombie was attacking the other side of it, for example. So I actually don't like... I would not like trying to base there. But the warehouse is just the right size, and it has enough real estate that is blocked off that you can generally keep track of the place. There might be a few areas where you're not sure whether a zombie is attacking it, but vector of approach from the south is going to be pretty quiet. You're just going to have to worry about people moseying in from the west and the north, most likely. I enjoy it, for sure. I mean, of course, right now I just enjoy it because I can take stuff from it. But if I was forced to pick a place that was not this gas station, absolutely, that one would probably... Like, let's just say I couldn't base anywhere here in Riverside on the main town. That warehouse would be the next best option for in my taste. Definitely worth taking, even if you don't end up building there. Taking it over is always very worth it. If you're interested in how to sort through all the loot you're going to find there effectively, well, it takes a long time, but last stream that I did, I spent a fair bit of time back there, and I, whatchamacallit, I demonstrated the tactics I used to get the whole place cleaned up and sorted. It just involves picking up boxes and putting stuff on the floor, and then collapsing the boxes into each other so that the boxes are all out of the way and you can just see what you have. It's all on the floor there. We only came home with 4 sacks of gravel, but I'll use every one of them effectively and happily. Hello. There we go. This is eventually going to be a road. I'm doing an outline first so that I can tell exactly what trees and bushes I can whack when I get the action economy to do so. Until then, any gravel I pick up will get dumped out here. Now, I'm not going to be driving back to Ballast Lake in this fog. Try driving at 60 miles an hour in this shit where you can't see a zombie until you're point blank on it. Hell no, I ain't doing that. So I'm kind of taking my time with the unloading process here. Our girl is pretty hungry. We're going to get her some food after this. This is not necessary. I'm just doing it because it is deleting some seams and it's making things even. I'm sure you guys are already very familiar with how much I enjoy making things even. To such an extent that, yes, I will delete a small portion of my road just to make everything look even. Oops. Damn it, I needed one more. You know, something really funny about my last character, Anime. We did everything that we're doing now and much, much more. I don't know if I ever actually got around to looting the Riverside Police Department itself. See, I built my base right next to it, and I spent so much time right next to it that I've always, almost 100% of the time, I've had the mentality of, oh, it's right there. I'll get to it when I feel like it. And the feel like it part never happened. Never once. Or at least as far as I know, it never happened. If it did, I completely forgot about it. We're actually really, really sweaty from that fog also. Makes things humid. Where's my bath towels? Here they are. We are going to use 9 bath towels to dry ourselves. And every single one of them are going to be 100% saturated, because that's how sweat works. Literally enough to fill an entire bucket. I did the lazy thing and just drank some milk. I am going to do the not lazy thing next and get some stuff out of the freezer. I am not yet at the position where I can start carrying around an MSR 788 on my back. Even at ambient weight, I can't pick up a full garbage bag like that, so that's not happening. But since this one is modded and prepped, I will place it somewhere that is not the box where it's going to get confused with the rest of them. This can be Chekhov's gun. If the author saw fit to describe a gun on the wall, and somebody had better be fucking firing that gun. Otherwise, all those people who graduated from college with a literary degree are gonna come at you angrily wagging their fingers. No, you didn't write that story right. How dare you have a Chekhov's gun and not use it? You tricked the reader. I'm gonna take that personally. I'm gonna go write a blog about how you're not actually that good of an author. Arg. I don't have a very high opinion of lit majors. I say that, I mean, one of my best friends was a lit major. He started out doing, whatchamacallit, he started out doing composition, and then I think he switched to climate science. I don't think he graduated with anything related to English. Actually kind of better at English than me in a couple of ways, despite it being a second language. And here I am, the one trying to be a writer. But despite all of that, I will still make fun of lit majors all the time. Okay, I'll make fun of lit majors who take themselves too seriously. If you're a lit major and you don't take yourself too seriously, that's how to do it. That is the correct choice of action. Probably true of most professions. I mean, there's a lot of professions where sometimes it's okay to take yourself seriously. Like, for example, pilots. I don't care if a pilot is the most self-inflated narcissist ever, especially a fighter pilot, because there's a lot of those. My buddy in the Air Force, he told me about this. There's a lot of Type A, really insufferable pilots, especially if you're their mechanic. But I'm actually, I mean, no, I've never had to work with them directly, so easy for me to say. But I feel like that is something where I'm 100% okay with somebody just being a total insufferable prick, as long as they're really good at what they do. Because as long as they're really good at what they do, then, well, that's a really important thing. Pilots, fighter pilots or civilian pilots, be good at what you do, and I do not care if you're obsessed with yourself over it. But if all you did was go to college for writing stuff, Maybe dial it back a bit. Just maybe. I don't even know if there's anything left for me to read from this magazine, but I will read it. And then see if I can... should be able to toss it into the collection over here. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, so the Cheapskate John Spiral. Prison defense. I didn't realize that's the one that teaches you improvised lighters. I never really realized where you learned this from. So improvised lighter is actually one of the really important things for long-term survival, in my opinion. There's a lot of different ways to start fires in this game. Most of it involves finding stuff that you have to loot in finite quantities. But with this particular thing, the improvised lighter, it just costs some scrap electronics and a battery. And batteries, in my humble opinion, are much easier to source than fire sources for some godforsaken reason. Now that I've learned that, that's probably what I'm going to be carrying around going forward. Once I get one put together. I'm going to take all the sewing stuff out of this corner crate because we are running dangerously low on space here. Sewing stuff can temporarily go in the corner here, along with gardening, because sewing is similar enough. I'm going to need to make a bunch of sacks. Sacks is all for gardening. Also, there's an overlap when I have to source the leather from animals. That's almost like gardening in it. Call it farming. Vinegar, the only one I've found so far. I have been keeping close eye for vinegar. We have found exactly one, and 1 container of vinegar equals 5 jarred containers of produce. That should do it for all the loose loot we brought back from Phallus Lake there. Now, generators that are extra, that I'm not actively using, can onto the floor in front of the base where I can see them and know they're there. Now I'm going to solve the problem I created for myself before by leaving the sledgehammer on the roof by accident. I left it on the roof because I wanted to use it a couple times up here. So I'm going to do that now, and then take it off of the roof. There are no longer any line of sight obstructions on the roof. So I can now just stand up here, turn 360 degrees, and walk away. And the turning 360 degrees part means I can see if there's any incoming from any direction. Just like it always should have been, there is now a red sledgehammer in the ambulance. We have finally returned to normalcy here. these sacks of sand that I left on the floor over here were meant to be used with pottery or glass-making tasks, which means they have a home over here now in the pottery bin. The ones that are not entirely empty shall be placed on top of the box, so they get used up first. Still not my perfect ambulance. As beautiful as it is, it's pretty, visually speaking. It is, it's got like a 75 engine, if I remember right. Double check this. The engine is 84. Okay, so it's really good, but it's not... We've had 100 before. Engine quality. Just a quick recap if anybody's not familiar. Engine quality determines how often your vehicle fails to start. You turn the key and it goes like it just did twice in a row. For this van, that is a 16% chance. For whatever vehicle you have, check your engine quality, subtract it from 100. That's your percentage chance for it to fail to start for no fucking reason whatsoever. And that is engine quality is immutable. It does not matter what state the vehicle is in when you find it, or how much you smash it up. Engine quality will always be the same. It is separate from engine condition. That's the percentage integrity that you can fix yourself with enough mechanic skill. There is no amount of skill in mechanics that will make the engine quality go up or down. So this will always be an 84 or 85, whatever that was. Can't remember what our ambulance was up here. This one was 75. So this one, even if you fix it up so that it's pretty and the engine condition is 100%, it will still have like a 10% more chance to fail to start than the other ambulance that we just parked over there. That being said, this ambulance is our library right now, which is why I'm leaving it close to the base. Now this truck is kind of my gardening sort of... This is just a multi-purpose. It's actually the truck with the most storage space in the trunk that I have right now. So it is, doesn't have a hard purpose though. Okay, I can come back to that. Come back to that thought later. I was going to say something definitive about doing something with the truck. No, not right now. Can we make a salad with mixed veggies? No. For some reason, these packaged vegetables cannot be turned into a salad. Because why would that be a thing? What about a roast? Can I make a roast with some of them fish fingers? No. What I want to do is use both those fish fingers and those packaged veggies. I don't even know if I can. Nope. Soup or stew cannot have fish fingers added to it. How about a fry? Vegetables, but not fish fingers. Alright, well, screw you too, game. I'll just toss the fish fingers right into the oven then. And those will come out to be about 15. That'll be fine. But that means I need to find something else to go with these veggies. All I have left is corn and peas. Might as well. I'll thaw them. Now, the funny thing is, all three of those count as different ingredients for a soup, for example. So I could make a soup out of all three of those, and it would be a nice soup. 2 helpings peas, 2 helpings corn, 2 helpings mixed veggies. This is like a super veggie soup. A super soup, if you will. Just gonna garlic that up and maybe season it. We're not in a stage where we need a weight cane, I don't think. Ended up going into banking, huh? I only just noticed that. Yeah, so banking, that is that's an interesting profession. I feel like a lot of people have said that traditional banks are going to go the wayside with crypto, and then crypto just ended up becoming another stock. That's basically all it is now. I don't think there's ever going to be a hard replacement for fiat, unless countries start dropping it, which is, I think we've seen a few countries actually kind of, either completely get rid of their fiat or start to soft replace it with certain crypto types. Now, that's not always a good thing because, I mean, you're supposed to have control over your own fiat, but if you trade it for something you have literally no control over, like Bitcoin. China, and partially the United States. I forget. So China actually has, as far as like who controls the most computing power in the blockchain for Bitcoin specifically, that's going to be China. So if China wanted to just annihilate the price of Bitcoin overnight, they could do so. All they have to do is screw with something in their domestic market. And remember, China, CCP says jump, you say how high. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. If the CCP wants crypto or wants BTC to disappear from the market overnight, yeah, they can do that. Which is one of the reasons I only carry I'm only like 30% of my portfolio is in BTC. Monero is the true cryptocurrency. I will die on that hill. I will die on that hill. There is only one actual cryptocurrency that is worthy of the title cryptocurrency, and that is Monero. Everything else is just a fucking... I mean, it might as well be a joke at this point. Ethereum? Really? Really? Ethereum? That thing that completely discontinued GPU mining just to pull it out of the hands of the normies? Yeah. Yeah, good luck doing anything with that. Traditional banking is here to stay, and crypto is just a sidearm attack onto it at this point. Because, I mean, banking has always relied on other things than just currency. And now you can look into the portfolios of a lot of major hedge funds these days and see that they've got plenty of crypto in their somewhere in their portfolio. Maybe they don't directly own it. Maybe they'll just own stocks in it. Because yes, there are literal stocks that are backed by crypto. I don't even pretend to understand much about that side of things because my understanding of crypto is you're supposed to own it yourself. But almost everybody who does anything with crypto these days does not actually have the keys to their own fucking wallet. So... imagine having a wallet, quote-unquote wallet, and not even actually having the keys to it. Almost as if it defeats the purpose. Wait a minute, no, this was supposed to be called 40. Sorry. I am successfully distracted myself. There we go. 2 bowls of 40, that's what I wanted. These are heavy bowls of 40 for some reason. They weigh 3 encumbrance each. We do have some leftovers, though. How's about we make ourselves a roast? Won't come out quite as chunky. Still have a variety, though. Okay, I've got a story to tell. It's relevant. Let me look through. I have this screenshot. And it's going to tell you that it's, you've heard the expression, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Where are my... Okay. So, this screenshot tells you everything you need to know about my history of cryptocurrency. Notice notice everything about this, the timestamp. August 18th, 2013, 2 p.m. Notice what I purchased with it. A 60-day subscription card to World of Warcraft. Notice what I paid for it. Notice what the exchange rate at the time was. Actually, it says right here, 98 bucks 99 cents. Imagine if I had just been like, oh, well, the fad is, oh, I mean, I mined this myself, by the way. I mined this on my my GTX 1080 Ti, or whatever the fuck the Ti was called back then. The 1080. I mined this on my own 1080. This is my life in a nutshell right here. Missed opportunities. This would not have been a down payment on a house. This would have been 2/3 of a house right now. But sometimes you just take a swing and a miss, and sometimes that miss is so hard the bat flies out of your hands and it crashes your neighbor's window, and everybody's looking at you like, what the fuck, dude? Why would you fucking do that? Sometimes shit just goes wrong. You have to laugh, because if you didn't, you'd cry. And we got most of those vegetables done with. Excellent. We should have to actually cook that roast. Dry ramen noodles have a shelf life now. Somehow. This will be food made entirely of perishables for a few days here. While that cooks, got more blacksmithing to read. Oh my god, really? I did not know that was a thing. I did not know that was a thing. That is the saddest and funniest thing I've ever seen. That must have been okay, so 10,000. If you had 10,000 at any point, that was like the earliest days imaginable. Because I mean, again, that was like when it's like worth pennies, or like less, multiple Bitcoin is worth a penny. Anybody can be forgiven for assuming, okay, this is just a fad. Let's do what we can with it. But I made that exchange when it was worth $100 for one coin. In my humble opinion, which, I have a low opinion of myself sometimes, but in my humble opinion, that should have ruled out such a frivolous purchase. But I had no foresight at the time. 2013, I was kind of in a bad place, and in 2013, World of Warcraft was something that I sunk all of my time into as a way to distract myself from what else was going on in my life. Boy, howdy, does that sound familiar? Fuck. That's all right. We're having fun here, and I'm the thing that I'm distracting myself from right now. It has nothing to do with bad things. It's actually good things, kind of good things. I mean, I'm not doing anything with my life right now because I'm trying to minimize financial expenditure, saving up money so that I can put down a payment on a house. So I'm in a lot better place now than I was back then, but I'm still laughing really hard at the similarities. I'm never not going to laugh about that. So this is our vehicle. We're going to use this as a throwaway car. There's a bunch of stuff in it that I should have gotten out of it a long time ago. Ironically, it's guns that we're going to go pick up, and it's guns that I need to get out of this thing. I don't think I've found a single rifle that's not an MSR 788 yet. So I've got a carton of 223, but nothing to shoot it with. Okay. Ah, there is a 2x scope right there. So I can actually tweak out a shotgun to exactly my specification. do have one M16 magazine. No M16, but one magazine. I almost want to do a prophecy right now and just say that I'm never going to find an M16 on this character. Maybe that will tempt fate into actually giving me one. In terms of loose ammo, I can actually start carrying around that 45 auto and 38 special now. Now all this, and we don't actually have a destination for our ammunition yet. All this ammo right here, I'm going to pick it up, but I'm just going to kind of leave it on the floor somewhere here. Until I get another crate put down. I think I have another crate somewhere. That'll work for now. Now this vehicle is a throwaway vehicle that does not have a field kit, and I'm going to be driving a somewhat long distance in it, so I don't want to be caught with my pants down. I've had that happen before. You woke up to it while you were asleep. Well, hopefully it is something worth waking up to. We have an equal mix of cringe and cheer here. There's no rhyme or reason to it. For every dub, I take a couple of L's. A little bit extra water. I hit R, and she decided to stop. Now that is fascinating. Apparently you can't reload guns while driving anymore. Or at least you can't, like, turn. Which is funny, because I could probably, no, I wouldn't be able to do, well, okay. I would have to practice, IRL. I'm one of those idiots who can drive with his knee. One of the slight benefits of being 6'4". My legs are long enough, I can just use my knee to drive for the most part. Now when I say drive, I don't mean taking turns, I just mean maintaining course. Okay, that's dangerous. Holy shit, that's dangerous. Okay, so, here's what I just did. I turned on cruise control, and I hit R to reload. And I couldn't stop cruise control until I finished the reload. Good to know, good to know. That's brand new for this patch, 42.13. Be very careful when reloading in a vehicle while driving. Because that time, I mean, most of the time you'll probably just come to a stop. But that time, I did not come to a stop because I had cruise control on. That was dangerous. So our goal with this vehicle, we're just driving it back down to Fallis Lake, and back down at Fallis Lake we have a the police, the state trooper truck waiting for us. and the state trooper truck is already filled up with loot. We may hand carry... No, we don't need to hand carry anything with us. Everything that is at Phallus Lake, aside from the truck... Oh, there's a generator at Phallus Lake. The generator at Phallus Lake needs to come back with us, and we're going to have to hand carry that, which you actually can do. A lot of folks who try to hand carry a generator see it fall on the floor, and they're like, oh, shit, we can't do that. Blue generators, if you're organized, is small enough to fit in a military backpack, but you got to do something wacky. You got to like put it in a container that can hold it first, then equip the backpack in your, your hand or your back or whatever, and then you have to put it from the container into the backpack. If you're already holding it, then there's no way to actually get it in there. I really should be setting cruise for like 60 miles an hour and no faster, because the brakes on this thing are probably actually not that good. So if I have to brake, probably should not be going too much faster than 70. Always be very wary of throwaway cars if you're going to go fast. Make sure you know what your brakes can do. Otherwise, very bad things could happen. Me being spoiled by ambulances and whatnot. Currently, our most likely course of action is going to be we're going to get to Phallus Lake and then sleep. And then, as an overnight activity, we'll probably commute back to Riverside. Whoa. I don't know why it decided to spin out just now. All I did was hit the brake, but I guess tapping the space bar was hitting the brake too hard. Alright. At least we're done with this thing. It shall serve a purpose, even though it is no longer being actively used. I shall leave it parked in front of the window back here. Where it shall evermore block this window from being attacked. So there are a few dudes out there. I would be sorely impressed if they somehow made it all the way to my door for no reason because the generator is off. Good luck, I'm behind 7 proxies. 22:30, in bed on time. Alright, so the generator. Not enough room there, sadly. Very close, but not enough. I'll have to use one of the crates inside here. So I put the generator into the crate. Then I put a backpack in my offhand here. And then I take the generator out of the crate and put it into my offhand. But I can't because I'm carrying too much. I need to have a low enough encumbrance in my inventory to pick up something that weighs 30, which I now can do. Basically, I just had to drop my current carry weight below 20, and that is successful. We are now carrying the generator in our offhand bag here, so our backpack, fucking generator in it. I don't think there's going to be a need to bring floodlights from here to Riverside, because Riverside has got a lot of floodlights in it. I may regret saying that someday, because I know that no matter how many floodlights are available to me, I could probably use all of them and still want more. But I've also vowed not to go quite as ham with my base size. Last time I feel like I made it ever so slightly too large. Okay, that's good. Now, it would be a little early to sleep right now. But that's okay. I'm going to go upstairs and sit down and read for a minute and then sleep. And then I will set course for Riverside with a completely full set of everything. I do want to leave some stuff here. Actually, I kind of want to leave a lot of stuff here, but there is a little too much stuff here, actually. A little bit of space we have left, I'll take a couple of things that I don't already have an extreme amount of back at Riverside. Actually, I know there's more boxes of garbage bags in Riverside, but they're not as centralized as I thought, so I'm going to take a few back with me. All of this is fine. Yeah, that's all perfectly fine. There we go. That feels good. I never found a meat flavor. I'm sure I'll find one in Riverside. Now that I'm bringing one back with me, I'm sure I'll find like 5 for no reason right away. But for now, we're good. There's a very small part of me that wants, you know what? I was like, should I get out and kill her? I should kill her, but fuck, I just skipped the get out part. She's got she had a couple guns on her. Shotgun and M9. Bam slam, thank you ma'am. I already am in desperate need to repair the hood on this thing. It has taken a number of hits, but it is not so low that I'm taking engine damage yet. So I am okay with that. Little bit of hood damage for 2 new weapons with ammo still in them. It's an okay trade. back to Riverside in just a couple of in-game hours. Not bad at all. We're going to take a slightly different route back up. Still going to use the Central Road, but we're going to, instead of taking South Riverside Residential, we're going to go through here. And we're going to break right, because that's a lot of dudes to the left. All these zombies are going to need to get removed with extreme prejudice at some point. I know Riverside so well that I can tell you exactly where you can get off of the road and onto the road that is actually the actual Riverside Road. Now, calling this a road is a bit of an overstatement, and it's just 3 tiles wide, which is just the bare minimum to drive a vehicle on it and stay on it, but it is not really meant to be an actual proper road. It is like a golf cart path at best. This is an opportunity to just patrol the north curb up here and see if we have any more Zeds up here. Yeah, okay, we got 1 or 2 up here. Easy kill when I finish what I'm doing. We're doing a bit of a wide curve up here so that we lead those guys who are just on us. We lead them in that direction as opposed to coming back directly back to base. At which point, if we went straight back to base from there, they would have definitely caught up to us because they would have caught the sound of the generator at some point here. Some of this milk ended up going full circle. brought it with us, and then we brought it back. But that's because we locally sourced everything else, which is always a good thing. I think that'll do it for that. Now we've got a shotgun. It's gonna need to go somewhere. We are rapidly running out of room in the gun box. Never should have been much more than a few things in it before we moved. But there won't be much more going in there. Yeah, we'll be alright. We have another crate over here. We're going to put that down in this corner, and that's where ammo's going to go for now. Got just a little bit of everything now. And you know what? By combining what we picked up already with what we just brought back, 3 types of ammo can now be packed into a carton, as opposed to just taking up all that space. So we have 2 cartons of 9mm, carton of 5.56, carton of 308, carton of 223. Beautiful. We only have 2 boxes of shotgun. So of all the ammo we found, only 2 boxes of shotgun. That is actually mind-blowing. Okay. Well, whatever. I mean, I wasn't planning on using shotgun, but I know it's a very popular caliber. A lot of people like to use it. Sucks for anybody who loves shotgun, or loves using it at lower levels. I don't, like I said, I don't touch it. Not early game, but. At least got plenty of 9. I do plan on using a lot of 9 while leveling up. Our logging capabilities have gone up tremendously now that we have an entire stack of rope ready for it. Alright, fine. For now, I'll store magazines and ammo in the same box. We're gonna run out of capability to do that pretty quickly. Yeah, in fact, this box is basically full, but that's okay. I don't foresee another massive influx of ammo anytime soon here, because one of the most reliable places of guns and ammo in Riverside is the police department, which is right there, and I don't have to loot that yet. It's right there. It is not a requirement to push that up in the priority list at all. since you can use grass to make clay cement now, I store some grass over here alongside the clay. It's 50 grass for each, so 300 is more than enough for now. The grass that's in the Spiffo van is for when we get animal troughs put together. And these sacks are for construction. That being said, the Spiffo van is being as one of the ones that I actually have a key to. I probably want to put the grass somewhere else. Probably I'll put it in the I've got room for it in the candy van there. Perfect. We have all 5 forging books now, and we have all but 1 masonry book. Missing masonry 4, which is, unfortunately, that's the one we actually need to read. So our book progression is going quite swimmingly. Quite swimmingly indeed. Most excellent. Beautiful. I had that floating around in the back of my mind for a while now. Human Man Meets Human Woman #4. What a title for a comic book. His name is Man. He has all the powers of a man. You will never believe the powers of Man. He has the strength to log in to work every day and not lose his fucking mind over the monotony. Alright. There's all the seeds that we could possibly bring back with us. And we came home with 2 garlic? Yeah. So there's a row of garlic coming right up. So that's our next task. Let's get some of that sand. What did I do with the sand? I left it all in pottery area back here. So here is a row of 4, 8, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Alright. Alright, okay. That is, I think that is quite literally exactly what we need. We're about to find out. You dare spawn on my road on the 25th of my August? How dare. Alright, since we've identified where our road is going to be, and I have, I believe I've showed you guys what my previous base looks like, so we know what our target is. Lost my steam here, hang on a second. Actually, I'm looking at this for my own reference. How far in did I put the... This was probably arbitrary, but I put it 3 away from the edge of the river. And then it was aligned with the door. That's arbitrary. I can make my own bridges later. But that is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's just call it 9 tiles, maybe 10. Yeah, 10 tiles in from the edge. Okay. Well, we already know where the edge is because this is what we filled in already. So that was 1, 2, and 3. Starting here. Which would mean we're actually going to take some of this gravel. We're going to take some of this gravel back. Oh, we don't have an empty sack. Shit. We're going to put some of the sand down temporarily here. Putting down 3 gives me an empty sack. Hello. Shovel, pick up gravel, please. Oh. It took it from the top. Okay. There we go. So 1, 2, 3. So if we're starting here, and that means I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7. So I need to do 4 tiles of gravel out in further in this direction, and then that's when we take the right and we start the crop plot. You can basically just infinitely delete river tiles by doing this. So just put down gravel and then pick it back up, and when you pick it back up, it turns into dirt. You can just delete river tiles by doing that. I don't think I've ever actually done something like that. It feels a little bit more gamey than what we're already doing here. But it is absolutely something you could do if you wanted to. I mean, in fact, that's actually probably what we're going to do with sand, because we do not have exactly enough sand. So actually, I am going to put the sand down and then pick it back up to get our entryway. Alright, so 1, 2, 3. There's the corner. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the ramp is there, so we're just double measuring that. Did I make it so that the sand is directly across? I should have if I didn't. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to leave that open. Keep having to dig for it. If it looks like I'm just standing on water, yes. Putting dirt or sand down on a river tile is actually a little bit weird until you leave and return to the area. The shoreline gets regenerated when you leave and return, so this little problem of me standing on what appears to be open water, that will be solved when we come back here later. So, here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Shit, I lost count already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 and 10. Now I need dirt. Because I do, the way I do my crop plots is 1 row of sand, 1 row of dirt. And then 10 more of dirt, and there is our first couple of crop plots. I don't have enough sand for any more, and that's okay. We don't need to do, I mean, we only need 10 right now. 10 is what we're shooting for, because that's how many garlic seeds we picked up. And remember, garlic is the only thing we can plant this month, which is part of the reason we went to Phallus Lake to see if we could actually find anything to plant this month. Because meanwhile, we are preparing for a much more large planting operation when September rolls around. I've already lost track of how many I picked up. Dirt, though. We're at 4, 8, 12. We could do more. 12. Let's go ahead and do 8 more. Because we can do it on one side of the sand and then on the other side of the entryway here. So we'll have room for 30 crop plots, even though we're only going to put 10. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Now sometimes I like to do an outer row of sand as well. We're not going to be able to do that this time. We don't have enough sand going around, so that's alright. Alright. There's a part of me that kind of just wants to start the garlic all the way at the end. In which case, what I would want to do is... Let me count the rows really quick. One, 2, 3, and then 1. So this is the corner right here. Sorry. 2 away. 2 away. So the corner is 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2. So the corner is right here. That is 1 more row of sand, 1 more row of dirt, 1 more row of sand. So we need 20 more sand. I see what I did here. Okay. 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 And would I do differently? I would. I would do that differently. But, that's too late now. No, it's not too late. Sorry, talking to myself. I mean, that's all I do here, but also the, yeah, we're gonna need more than 20 more sand. We're actually going one further out in this direction. And, yeah. I shall, it'll make more sense later when I explain this. Or, hang on. That's sand, this is dirt right here, so we want to take this one, and this one, and then move it to the other side. Okay, so we have the same thing, but one tile further out. Did we end up with like one extra sand here? Yes, I think we did somehow. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Same thing here. So we have a couple of extra sand. Actually, just one, and that's all we need. We are going to exploit this just a little bit. This will make it look even, without having to go and get another shipment of construction materials. It will not look exactly like it used to before. That is okay. I am okay with that, actually. Alright. That'll do the trick for now. We need to come back with 20 more sand and 20 more dirt, I think. If it seems like I'm overthinking it, yes, absolutely. But there are a couple of things here that if I'm not careful about how I do it, then I can't undo it. For example, once you put something down on a water tile, it's there forever. Or, I mean, like, that water tile is gone forever, rather. So you do have to think carefully before you get rid of those water tiles. Which I want to say I'm thinking somewhat carefully about it. Perhaps even overthinking somewhat carefully about it. So now that we've resorted the other stuff that was in the Spiffo van, we're going to take a nap as an overnight activity. We are going to take the Spiffo out for a shipment of construction materials. And it seems like the most sensible thing to do right now. There is another 18 sacks for another clean shipment. Okay, all right. We're taking a bite to eat, and like I said, we're gonna catch a sleep early, and we're just gonna work through the night tonight. Or actually, no. You know what? Because we have seeds now that need to be planted before the next month, we are now actually kind of on the clock. So it actually is a sensible thing to expend a couple caffeine tablets on this. So I am going to go ahead and This might be the first time I intentionally take caffeine without having to react to a situation. But the caffeine will ensure that I remain combat effective. Because we will be running into some Zeds for this part of the project. Couple of extraneous things coming out of my satchel. Everything else that I'm lugging around as part of my normal kit goes in there instead. Including some food. This roast is too chunky. Alright, sustained operations prepared. Should have a spare wood axe somewhere. Spare, I mean. There's such thing as a wood axe that is spare if you are not cranking them out. No, we don't have one. That's okay. The other one is already loaded elsewhere. Many places that dirt can go. Sand is going to be lifted from next door here. Oh look, we got a whole bunch of dudes here. How's my M9? Plenty. 14. Oh, I finally realized what's going on here. They're not being programmed to go around fences. They're just being programmed to go to the end of the fence. So that's why corners are throwing them off. Okay. Cool. I swear there are more than this. more than that. They just kind of coalesced all over the place. There we go. I wanted to extend that magazine. Mission success. Now I can switch to another caliber here. What have I got the most of? They're about equal. To the town of Riverside rode a stranger one fine day. He was here to do some business with the big iron on her hip. Not that we have a lot of big iron to go around. We have three spare 45 auto. Now we've got a little bit more of 38 special. Just, what a sad way to die. The gunlight is mostly just there for fun. Tactical, as it were. Alright, so we needed at least 20 sand. Fuck this. I don't want to be shortchanging myself. I'm gonna need more than 20 someday. I might as well get a full shipment here. Had a shotgun, but no ammo for it. R.I.P. And free service deputy. Tips for door. So the tactic now is I have a military backpack in my offhand, and I remove all sacks from the trunk here. Sorry, all sacks from one of the bags. Not all sacks from the whole trunk, but the bags have 18 each. Pre-measured for precision. Now we have a metric lot of both dirt and sand. I can get a much more expansive start on what I was just working on. Looks neat, doesn't it? Almost how I wanted it to come out. Not quite, but we're getting there. Now, if a dirt or sand tile is not at least 2 wide, it doesn't draw at all. So there is actually a footbridge here. We just can't see it. That's one of the reasons that in the other base design here, that's one of the reasons I just ended up putting some metal plates down instead of just a single dirt, because it just looks nicer than no clipping over the dirt. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Let me remeasure here, make sure that I'm going to the correct number. One, 2, 3, and then 1, 2. So this should be the corner. I could do that now by going 1, 2, 3 in that direction with dirt, and then picking it back up. There's a reason that I used sand as an exterior instead of an interior, and that's because it wouldn't look right if it terminated with dirt on one side. Okay, I should trust my past self better. Sometimes I don't always trust my past self with those decisions, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We're going to do what should have been sand the whole time. We have the sand for it. We don't need to be stingy. are we doing on sand? Not as good as dirt, to be expected. We've got 8, 9, 10. We've got 10 more sand. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay. I don't know if that's going to be quite enough rows for all the September plants, but we are definitely much closer to being on track now than we were before. Instead of cross-pollinating that with the other empty sacks, I'm going to leave all the remaining sacks of dirt on the floor right here until we expend the rest. All this stuff up here, and we don't actually have any utensils to water the crops with after we plant them. So I always do my crops in rows of 20, which 20 is if you're watering from 0 to 100. Rows of 10. Rows of 10. If you are doing rows of 10, then watering 0 to 100 is 2 full buckets per row. So I've got plenty of buckets that I just set outside to get rainwater. Been using them for various purposes, but now we're going to take a shipment of them down to the river and use them to water, and then leave them up there. They'll probably continue to get filled up by the rain, but if they don't and they need to water, that's what the river's for. Actually, these empty buckets too. Same principle. We'll leave one bucket here for car washing. See, we didn't even need to go that far, and it recalculated the shorelines for us. It's beautiful. Here comes the garlic seeds. Best month, August. Now, we're going to plant these and water them. However, we also need to fertilize and compost these ASAP. Because these will not grow very fast, and it is almost the end of the month. So even though we got them into the correct month, it's almost the end of the month, which is not necessarily a good thing. You kind of want it, you know, earlier on is better. But if we fertilize them every growth stage, once every growth stage, then that will be probably more than enough to keep them on track. Still a floating point math error with watering crops, because the some of them don't get watered 100% for reasons unknown. Just think of this as like a rice paddy or something. One of those, like, you know, really close to a river, but kind of really heavily irrigated, intentionally so. And now we can go get 3 of those, whatchamacallits, 3 of those bags. We're just actually going to go get a whole shipment of fertilizer bags. We can just load them all into the van. There's no reason not to. Oh, okay, I forgot that fertilizer bags are actually worth 8 uses. I completely forgot that. Okay, cool. This one's been partially used, so I'll keep it separate from the other ones. I'm used to compost, which compost is only good for 4 uses. They both serve a similar effect. They both increase crop health and growth, but they operate separately, so you can put fertilizer and compost onto the same crop and get like the maximum return. I do not actually have, as far as I know, I don't have enough compost to do that this cycle for both for this whole row, so I'm not going to bother with it for the whole row. Alright, and I can re-kit myself for, what I was doing before now. Now that we got the garlic in the ground and fertilized. Mission accomplished. And we are more than prepared for September. When September 1st rolls around, that's when we start planting all of the winter crops. No, definitely not all of them. We have a billion seeds. We're not going to be planting all those seeds. Just, I haven't even decided exactly how much of each I want to plant. But I have the infrastructure now to not be limited as much by any of that. I can reassess the seed counts and make a decision when we get closer to September 1st. So I would say that was a enthralling success. Enthralling for me. I know this is not the most compelling content for folks who enjoy the combat-related stuff, or even just something slightly more high energy like looting. But no, we are moving back towards a phase like that soon here. Now, all these other things on the floor here are all gardening-related stuff that should probably just go up to the, you know what? This is probably overdue. We're just going to take all of our gardening-related stuff up to the river. There's no point in keeping the gardening stuff here now, because we've actually cut our gardening area established. We picked up a few more fall crops from Phallus Lake, in addition to what we already had. So I'm going to grab those out of their packets now while I'm doing the rest of these. Barley. Yes. See, if we wanted to, we have 128 wheat seeds now. Now that I've consolidated them, I got a final count. We've got 127 wheat seeds. We're not planting all of those, but if we wanted to, we could, and that is part of the thing there. Garbage bag for gardening etc. And this is mostly cures, right? We're gonna put one of these milks and a spray can and some tobacco, and also there is some slug repellent and whatnot that we will get in there. I may actually just leave this up here by the river now. Now the Spiffa van. Well, okay, the Spiffa van is dual purpose at the moment. I always like to use my Spiffa vans for gardening because they got the green color on them. But another thing I came back to the river to do is get washed up. With all this free water, might as well. Carla certainly earned it out. All that fucking work. More work than I would have done for myself. We will hold on to 4 bags of fertilizer here. Yeah. These two can join the others. That should be all we need to do with the river for at least about a week here. Because we've got a 31-day month here, so we've got another Yeah, a little bit less than a week before we have to worry about planting the all the fall crops. What is our weight? It's 78 kilos, so we're good for now. We can start putting some butter in our recipes in the not too distant future. We've got a lot of zombies to kill in Riverside. That part of the equation is definitely not going away anytime soon. There's some corpses up here I'll take care of really quick. I gotta have corpses this close to my base without me peeling some stuff off of them. Still a bit of a mix and match up of different colors here. It's alright. We'll survive. I'm running into option overload again. There's so many things that I could be doing that actually selecting one is a bit of a challenge at the moment. Just parse over it for a couple seconds while I think about that. Let's assemble a list of books that we need, because the number of books we need to find is kind of lower than the number of books we actually have at this point. Let me grab one of them there. Let's grab a notepad. Or just a sheet of paper. Just one sheet of paper, that ought to do the trick. So what I like to do is put a couple of rows, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then what I do is put down which ones I need the volumes of. We have not gotten any issues of Longblade yet, so I'm just going to put that first for all 5. And then from there on, we're just going to go down the list. We needed 5 for agriculture and aiming, animal care, blacksmithing, butchering. Cooking, electrical, first aid. Pottery, reloading, tailoring. I'm just doing TRC and TRP for tracking and trapping. I care so little about them that I want to expend as little text as possible on it. You've got a full set of welding books multiple times over. Focus on the ones I need volume 1 of. Volume 2, the only one I need is napping, and that is it. Yeah, I've got all the 2s other than that. Masonry is actually my top priority Volume 4 book. Because that's actually where I need to be very shortly here. Like, I do 1 or 2 more things with Masonry, and then I will be the next level. And then I won't be able to go any further without the... Well, I mean, I won't want to be going any further without the book. Okay, there we go. That is all the books that I need to find anywhere ever. I'm not going to try... Oh, hang on a second. Animal... No, I already got Animal Care 5. Okay. Yeah, that's all. Everything right there. I shall name it the Book Get List. And it shall go in my Alice kit. And it shall be favorited. Alright. I don't think I ever even unlocked this particular car. This was kind of just meant to be used for parts. hardest working job ever. Just gonna do a patrol, and then I might do some, spend the evening doing some more landscaping towards the main base. I was gonna do some combat, but if it's gonna be raining this much, even my melee combat is gonna suffer a little bit because of the noise. Oh, there was a basement. One of the house's basements I never actually got into. I need to be in the better habit of checking my local basements. Basements can be all sorts of interesting stuff. Up to and including zombies. Perimeter check before I go down there. The one basement I hadn't checked. The one jack shit. Ooh, you gotta be kidding me. I had no idea. So we got a survivor house right here. Never even realized that the windows here are boarded up. Wait a minute. What's going on here? These windows are boarded up. Only those are the only windows boarded up. Okay. Interesting. Oh, you know what? Anybody who was actually in that house, survivor zombie-wise, probably already broke their way out. I made a lot of noise in the cul-de-sac up there, many, many times over. So this probably was a survivor house without a few survivor zombies. The guy back there. Oh, yes. Okay, these windows are boarded up. Never mind. Couldn't even see the barricade from the angle I was looking at. So he's right in here. I need a perimeter check because somebody might have broken in out of the side window. Other than that dude. Yeah, there's dudes out here. This house, even though it is a survivor house, I have like no expectations because it is, there's so few chances for loot to fill any of the containers in here. Like sorry, rephrase. There are so few loot containers to be filled with survivor zombie loot, or survivor home loot. Come out of there. He's stuck on the window. I could. That's true, I could get lucky. I would, I'm not putting it past anything. I have almost no expectations now. Broken plank with nails, broken stick with nails. Melee weapon schematic. Nap stone maul head. Interesting. There's a baseball bat. Holy shit, that's pretty cool. Is that from a mod or is that base game? I don't think I've ever seen the base game spawn zombies with an M16. Could have been extremely rare. I might just straight up steal this guy's shirt. It's not a perfect match, but it's actually better than the one I've been wearing. Neat. I've seen military event or raider events where it spawns a bunch of military and law enforcement zombies. I've never seen any of them carrying a M16 though. That is, if that is true, that probably is a lightning strike right there. Huh. That's neat. It's just called melee weapon schematic, but it contains, like, many, many recipes. Yeah, there's not even anything in the bathroom to spawn in loot. Definitely exactly as I expected. Actually, a little bit smaller than I expected in totality. That's all right. Didn't have much in the way of expectations. I was eventually going to do it. You get, I mean, the defensive value of those tall fences is basically negligible compared to the inconvenience of having to go around them and wait for zombies to go around them. I hate parking it like this because I see the broken door or the damaged door. It hurts to look at. little early for bed. That's what we got books for. Angle-loaded flashlight battery's almost dead, so I'm gonna run it out overnight tonight. I had spare copies of the mechanics books at one point. I think I left them in Phallus Lake, and that's okay. I'm just gonna unpack the set and take the first two with me. Got some reading to do while this rain falls. A little early to go back into weight gain, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. We're going to have an ice cream. Now the rain's back. Raindrops keep falling on my head. I'm gonna do a quick sledgehammering while I'm in between readings here. Wait, wrong ambulance. we can actually go straight back into weight gain. I'm going to do the lazy thing. I'm going to do the really lazy thing. I'm going to eat a stick of butter. I know other people just do it all the time, but I don't generally like doing it because it means I've failed to plan my nutrition, but that's okay. One of the reasons I wanted to read welding before mechanic was because one of the things that I can do early on to help level my mechanics is actually repair hoods and doors. I think both of those are easy. I don't remember about doors, but I'm pretty sure hoods are like a level 1 thing, that as long as you're good at actually I might need welding 1. I'm not 100% sure. We will find out. Now, before we actually get started with mechanics, before we actually get started doing mechanics, after we finish reading the book, we are going to check our local video store for CarZone episodes. CarZone episodes, CarZone doesn't air on the TV itself, but it is a show that will get you levels and mechanics. So we can go all the way to level 3 if we play our cards right. very soon here, we will be done with the perishables we've saved from before the power shut off. At which point we transition to a non-perishable economy for a little while until we get our animals established. And then we've got something more sustainable from there. These burgers are made powerful by their toppings, not their contents. I was really close to being done with that ranch. That was something I was trying to do there, is get rid of that ranch. Wait, what? You're telling me I can't put ranch on a salad? Really? Alright. It's weird. You put ranch on a stir fry? Yeah, of course. Alright, very productive. Hitting the sack. A lot of rain. Alright, Video Shop is next. We're gonna see if they have an episode, any episode of Car Zone. I should only need 2. Oh, I'm not even halfway done with the book yet. Thing is, I'm still not in rapid weight gain. I'm going to try to fat this up a little bit more. Let's get some butter and veggie oil on this. 3 days in a row now? 4 days in a row? I've lost track. We've definitely got a rainy season ahead of us here. Alright, let's see what the video shop has to offer. Just right around the corner, but we'll need to do a bit of a circle around to make sure we don't have any uninvited guests. Look at these guys. They're uninvited to my reality. Anybody who would have been here probably should have been pulled already out, but there's always those assholes who linger inside. Several in the hit, did you say? Well, she found an intact window. You know what that means. Car zone. We've already got one. So basically, now that we found a car zone and we've read the first issue of mechanics, that's basically 2 levels of we just found 2 levels of mechanics right there. That is the power of being somebody who is having read a book and having the baseline experience buff. I have no idea what the experience multiplier is for mechanics. 75%. So it is going to be even easier than it normally would be. Exposure Survival E2. Except we're already fishing level 3, so I don't need to set that one aside for anything. Mother's Boy actually gets you a little bit of short blade skill. I'm probably not going to come back and pick up those tapes for a very, very long time. Because remember, I'm putting the ones that actually give me skills into my backpack. It's the ones that don't give me skills, I'm just pulling them aside and tossing them in the garbage bag that I'll come back and pick up when I actually have like a home theater set up, my new base. Call it a long-term deposit. I'm going to live forever, remember? Alright, only one episode of Car Zone. So we are guaranteed to blitz straight through the first 2 levels. But then we can start reading the next book, so that's okay. Sometimes this place has cool magazines. Sometimes. It's a bit rare, but there is magazine shelves back here. Ah, well, they're monthly. I think I have June 93 already. 2 copies of June 93. Pretty much everything here is just disposable cameras and whatnot. Aside from the potential magazines, which there's a couple in here too. Oh, look at that, world cooking. Haha, the first tube of glue I found, and it has got 1 charge. Well, better than nothing, I suppose. Oh, look at all that. I'll have to come back for that. Maybe I'll tow it. Maybe I'll tow this. I mean, some of the shit I could make use of. These small hay bales you can actually turn into proper, food sources for animals. Yeah, I'm gonna tow that. That should be all magazine sources in there. Okay, so here's an example of some bullshit happening. You see these all these small trees spawned in as part of the wilderness overgrowth system, but this one right here is now tall enough to destroy your vehicle if you ram into it. So it is now actually no, it's not quite 2 months or anything yet. We're at August 28th, which is like 1 3/4 of a month, something like that. 1 4/5. It's like really close to the 2-month anniversary. And we put in the tape for Garzone Episode 2. Oh, dang. Red and Jimmy in the car zone. Wow, I got mechanics level 3. I didn't even realize. Okay, cool. Maybe I don't even need to read the whole book. Oop, the popcorn machine has decided to float. Fascinating. I seem to remember that thing being placeable on the floor without too many problems. That wouldn't be a good idea because I need more. I need to stack another crate. Gotta stack another crate there. Oh, okay. June and May 1993. You know, oh, we got the, okay, so we've got the recipe for metal floors. The ability to do metal floors is great. It's one of the early game welding recipes that I think doesn't have a level requirement. Let's verify that. Nope, no level requirement. So you can do this from level 1, and it'll get you tons and tons of experience for welding right off the get-go. It's actually kind of hard to find things that you can weld nowadays without, I mean, if you don't have any magazines whatsoever, it's kind of hard to figure out where to get started with welding. But that magazine with the floors that doesn't have any skill requirement, pretty good. I like it. Never done a motion sensor bomb before. It feels like not a good idea in this game. Because bombs, the whole appeal is getting lots of zombies at once. Motion sensor is going to get triggered whenever a target goes over it. So that could just mean that a single zombie will blow up one of your bombs, and that seems like a waste to me. Every magazine in the van has now been read. There weren't that many left to finish off, and I'm glad I got those handled. Alright, mechanics level 3 and electrical level 1. We can hotwire now. Long overdue. Never even opened the window for this one. Okay, oh, the lock is broken. Okay, I think you can actually, if a lock is broken, just take the whole door off and then put it back on again. Oh, it's actually full. Did not realize that. In that case, I just need to actually... I need to move this to somewhere where I can yank the parts and then chuck the parts out. We might as well use Spiffos for that, because we've got the dumpsters right here. Pretty, pretty, pretty. Unfortunately, this is one of the ones you can't really, you can't sneak into with, taking the window off. Windows are secure, so I'm gonna have to just smash the lower quality one here. So this one, because it has good parts on it, and the good parts are standard, I will park it over here, and it will probably end up being a donor for another car. Because it has good parts, I don't want to use it as a throwaway vehicle. These two I have probably less qualms about. This looks like it's got pretty parts. What are we looking at here? Wow! Look at all that bright green. Overall quality 85. It's the wheels and the stuff that are really nice because the that'll make for a good trailer. The trailers use standard parts, and that's what these vehicles use as well. So this is another donor vehicle here. Only a spare jet to use in the area. Oh, I need welding level 1 to even get started with hood repairs, so never mind on that. There's one vehicle fully disassembled. That's right, I'm using the vehicle husk to protect some windows. Yep, 100%. Even though they're not my windows, they're intact, and they're in the local area. Therefore, this thing has a purpose yet to serve. It is a watcher of the wall. Got at least a couple of good regular parts on this one. This one's got some really good parts. Hell yeah. I've ever tried to pull a trailer without any wheels before, or not this kind of trailer, rather. Animal trailer. Yeah, I've got a meme video for that. Looks like this one pretty much operates the same way. I have a really fucking stupid idea. I might need to put on the goofy music if this works as well as I think it will. This might work very well. Gonna find out momentarily. Oh, we might have just found the best weapon in the game, boys. We might have just found the best weapon in the game. Hold on, this... How reliable is this? Oh, I need a little bit more room. I need asphalt. Let's just give one toot. Just one toot. Double kill. Ambulance used tail whip. It's super effective. I gotta kill the crawler. Hang on, that didn't cause any trunk damage. All that damage is being caused by the, or that's just the sound of the billboard. Ah, damn. Rammed it with the ambulance. I need to not do this with the ambulance. This is an entirely separate skill set here. And, you know, not ramming a streetlight is very important, too. Oh well, nice change of pace. Unfortunately, this is definitely not going to be sustainable. There's not quite enough maneuver room there. I need to get better at this. I feel like I'm playing Blast Corps right now. Blast Corps, that's a classic. It's I played it recently actually as a nostalgia run. It's a Nintendo 64 title where you have to control these various construction vehicles to destroy buildings with. And one of the ones they like to give you all the time is a dump truck. Yes, you're supposed to destroy buildings with a dump truck. Apparently, for some godforsaken reason, the best way to destroy a building with a dump truck is to kind of like gain a bunch of momentum and then spin around and kind of hit it with the back of the dump truck. Like there's like an armored backside of the dump truck. It's so weird, but it's a fun game, and I'm getting a lot of vibes for that because you got to spin out and you got to control the spin. It's a lot of fun. I got to try this with a different vehicle that I don't care quite as much about ramming. Because the ambulance, obviously, what makes this ambulance important to me is the fact that it has a pretty good trunk in it. I can swap out the hood now. That's no problem. The hood is easily swapped now. Oh man, if only I could use the Corvette. Oh. We have 2 other Corvettes in this area. We have 2 other Corvettes in this area. I haven't been able to use them so far because they're not keyed. This is the one that I have the key to. I don't even remember if I compared the stats to this one, or if I compared the other 2 to this one. I didn't really care, because this one was the one that I had the key to, and that's all that mattered at the time. But they're... Because the way I see it, the most important, the 2 most important things are acceleration and off-roading capabilities. I don't know if this key has been on the floor the whole time, but if it has been, well, complete and utter skill issue that I didn't notice it before. Damn it, I'm trying to check the stats. Okay, that's a pretty good one. What the fuck brought all these guys here? Huh. These guys have higher attention spans than I thought. I'm definitely not using the Corvette that I just found the key to. I'm not using that because, I mean, that's, no way. The parts are way too good. But what that means is the one that I'm currently using is now open season. Because I have a much better Corvette that I can use for more important work. Now remember, I don't get any skill points for killing them with a silly thing. Oh shit, that's not good. Ammo check. 1 round. I was supposed to reload. Ammo check, we should be close. 2 rounds, yep. Alright, so we've confirmed that the Corvette that I'm using is actually the one with the least good parts. So it is actually okay to go ahead and start using this one a little crazy. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to go get a burger, and then we're going to, oh, I've already got a burger. I'm going to drink a 2-liter of soda or something. Okay. Do I have some? I know I gotta have some Goofy somewhere here. Is the one that I'm thinking of? Yes, I think it is. Yes, okay. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun here. Oops, that was a hood hit. Too many bushes. Imagine if I had figured this out before the bushes started growing. Okay, okay. That was luck. How do I replicate that? Okay, okay. I'm onto something here. It's just the speed with which it hits them. Let's even get them into the parking lot. It'll be much, much easier over there. Holy shit, dude, I can just do donuts. Oh my god, I didn't realize this. The best whirly-bird blade trap in the world. Oops. Oh no, that's not good. Oh god, yeah. Absolutely still going. I've just discovered the best weapon in the game. Now, I am getting hood hits, which I don't want. I just want to hit them with the trailer. For obvious reasons. I mean, if the Corvette doesn't get damaged, then I win. Damn. Oh, it's so good. I love it. All right, we had fun. That's Soapy Marsh by El Toro. El Toro 64 Russ. He's one of those guys who makes the Gmod videos. Actually, one of the best in my humble opinion. Better than that skibbity toilet shit. The original Gmod master. Of course, we're absolutely going to clean it up after all that. 100%. I'm just curious if it's... There's got to be a skill set to it that I'm not 100% up on yet, but I really think that... Because, I mean, there's a skill set to it in Blast Corps, right? If you can do it in Blast Corps, you can do it in any game. Blast Corps is also kind of designed for it, though. Oh dear, that was a nightmare. It's alright. It's supposed to be 7 a.m. anyway. Or, it's supposed to be right now. The imagery of hitting people with Spiffo. Spiffo was the one who caused the zombie apocalypse. He's gonna fucking solve it. Okay. Let's try to figure this out. If you've got a straightaway, you turn a little bit to the right and then back to the left, and there's your swipe. It's not just turning to the left, was it? Yeah, see, turning just to the left isn't enough. I need to start turning right and then cancel and then immediately turn left, and then I will actually get a swipe going. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I think I got this now. Well, I say that. I need to start baking it into my muscle memory. Saw a zombie and I panicked. Damn. Yeah, see, I don't have a lot of room to maneuver here, which is part of what makes it a challenge. Okay, so if I turn into a swerve, but then I brake, the brakes on this thing are really powerful. A little too powerful, actually. Oh, okay, that was a skill issue. Damn. I need to level welding before I can actually repair a hood. Yeah. We've had a few go flying. Unfortunately, it was last night, and because it was night, we didn't have a lot of, Why am I tense? I shouldn't be stressed. Oh, it's still from the nightmare. So one of the problems is this is a main road for me, and I don't want there to be too many obstructions. Didn't have enough room. Okay. I just kind of serpentined that, though. There wasn't exactly any thought behind it. Nice, very nice. That was not what I wanted to do. Set the trailer on fire, if only. That was pure luck. Now remember, I don't want to actually go that fast, because if I hit something, I don't want to hurt myself. Remember, I am still Survivor. I'm not, you know, I'm having a lot of goofy ass fun, but I'm not. I'm never not going to prioritize my girl's life. I mean, I'm putting her a little bit at risk here, but we're having fun. Calculated risk. Skill issue. Absolute skill issue. I just did donuts on his head right there. That was nothing particularly special. You'd think just a slow shambler should be a target that I can hit. I particularly love that I was able to slap him out of the road. Not quite. No, not quite. The street light is not helping the situation. Well, I'm sort of getting the swing right. I've sort of got the swing pattern. It's the distancing, obviously. The distancing is a big fail right now. Got him. Just spanked her out of the road. Out of the road. Okay, I'm starting to get the hang of it. Let's try a bigger group. Oh, the stop sign's gonna fuck us up here. Let's try to get them in the correct spot. A lot of these guys are slow. Can I introduce you to our Lord and Savior, Mr. Spiffo? The fact that I didn't accidentally hit the raccoon is, I'm going to take that as a sign of providence right there. Gentlemen, I've found the legendary weapon, the Spiffo battle axe. I don't want to say I'm getting better at it because I'll jinx it. I need to check the hood. Alright, the hood is down, but the engine is... the hood is okay-ish, but the engine is about to be exposed. So we can't afford to take any more hits on the car. I don't suppose anybody's got some chips around here. I mean, real talk, building up a skill set so that you understand the weird, ridiculous ragdoll physics in this game, when it's applied to vehicles, there's nothing wrong with building that kind of a skill set. I highly doubt I'll be able to use it with, when I'm not towing something that has its wheels off. But who knows what kind of weird situations can come up in this game. Damn it. I can't, once again, I took a hood hit. I can't do that. I literally can't afford to do that anymore. I'll start losing engine. Alright, this is a little dangerous. What if I just use it? No, I'm not going to do it in reverse. I know that if you fuck around too much with a fixed vehicle like this, and you go in reverse too much, because the way it's hitched to you with the fixed axle thing, the way it's hitched to you like that instead of being on a chain, with a Corvette like this, you're at a much greater risk of flipping your both vehicles. And not in a good way. Oh, I should be doing this in the parking lot of the Gigamart. There's a lot more room up here. Okay, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I couldn't prevent another hood hit. I'm out of here. My engine is already exposed. It has to be. It sucks, but I gotta get out of here. That is, the whole goal of this operation is to prevent myself from accidentally hitting my own vehicle. And, I mean, it's possible. I have confirmed that it's possible. It's just, you're putting yourself at a lot of, opportunities for your vehicle to get damaged. Did take a little bit of a dent out of the school horde, though. That was not an entirely random decision. The school horde. Well, there are a couple of lower level books that we could. Yeah, I mean, if I can actually figure out how to do it right. Oh, that too. I mean, you don't always have to just go nuts with swinging it around. Just the simple fact that it's very easy to move back and forth. We need to finish reading the mechanics book. That was one thing that I really actually kind of regret doing. I didn't even really think about it when I did it. What I was supposed to do when I started ripping apart vehicles earlier, I was supposed to investigate how much experience I was getting to see if it was even necessary to finish this book. I should have stopped what I kind of just started tunnel visioning on ripping cars apart. Something I've done many times before, just tunnel visioning on ripping cars apart. And because of that, I didn't really stop to realize that no, like doing a third of the way into the book is not enough. I want to finish the book now, and this will get me through. This will get me through the next level, easy peasy. So I need to have welding level 4 before I can cut up sheets with welding skill. That's okay. That just means I need a bunch of small metal sheets in order to... I could saw them. I could saw them instead, yeah. If I take them to the bandsaw. Yeah, okay. This will get me 16 small steel sheets? Okay. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to the bandsaw. Is there anyone closer? There is one closer. Okay, we'll go to that one. Who was it who had the, was it this one? Yes, it was this one, okay. This guy had the metal bandsaw. Doesn't need power. I can just, cut these 4 sheets into small steel sheets. Lickety-split, easy peasy. I now have 16 small steel sheets. And that is, I could turn those into 16, floors, metal floors. I have a feeling I won't need anywhere near 16 to get to the first 2 levels of welding. Oh no, we don't have any, so the little problem with the current build that's giving us random experience bonuses. None of it applies to welding, so welding is still good old-fashioned grind. But, having read the book, floors are really good experience, ROI. Really? Only 9 experience? Okay, that has been nerfed into the ground. I read the welding book completely, right? Hang on. I should have. Hold on, I need to double check that. So if I haven't read the welding book, then I should not be touching any of that. Yes, I've read the welding book completely. Okay, so it's been nerfed into the ground. Okay, that sucks, but alright. I mean, just for comparison, well, okay, never mind. I have a +1 to carpentry, so I was going to compare it to carpentry, wooden floors, but wooden floors are my specialty, as it were. So now that I have +1 to welding, theoretically, I can start repairing hoods, but I don't know if I'm going to get a very good return. I'm just going to see what it looks like. One of the problems is even though I have other sports cars in the area, I don't have the number of hoods, total sports car hoods, there's only 4 that I know of in this area. Actually, just 3-ish. And you get diminishing returns every time you repair the same hood, so... Okay, so I would get potentially repairs 67% if I tried to repair this hood for the first time. I am gonna see what happens, but I'm doing this just because I want to see what how much experience I get. Well, it didn't even show me a number. Oh, 6.9 experience. Assuming that that is not just experience I carried over from the previous level when building floors. Okay, that's not worth it in the slightest then. But I mean, you know, I did need the hood repaired, so at least I accomplished that. If my fridge is 7 tiles in, then that 7 tiles in, I have 13 tiles to work with from the outside. And let's just do it. This should be more than enough. Two more. Fucker has started his strumming. Hey, never gets tired of this shit. Uh, 22:30. It's actually bedtime. Sack now. See what we can do. There is no metal pole recipe, so I can't actually make the that look nice. Our building options with metal are still sadly quite limited. That actually used up exactly all of the sheets we had. you guys one sheet in return for that. I would like to see if I can move my generator, and if I can, will it still reach everything in the base from where I have designated? I'm only using walk to here. I'm not actually touching the movement controls. I don't trust myself. Looks like the fridge is still good. Make sure that's not... No, the fridge is not still good. It's not actually cooling anything. Okay, we were one tile too far. That's fine. Or maybe 2 or 3 tiles too far. Let's go ahead and move it back. I mean, okay, so if the light switch over there is powered, I feel like the fridge should be powered, but it's not. Weird. We can't just go by the fuel consumption, because sometimes it will give us phantom readouts. I've seen it happen before where the fuel consumption meter will assume that something is within range, but that something won't actually... Okay, hold on a second. What? Oh, it's because... Right. Okay, it might, the fridge might have actually been within range. There's just something weird with that. Okay, we're good. Oh, geez, Louise, I'm already up to 10 hours. Okay, yeah. Should have known. Looks like I could get another level of welding if I do a few more of those floors. So I'm going to go ahead and take a few more steel sheets down to the bandsaw. I haven't done the lazy thing in a long time, but I'm doing the lazy thing. Just gonna shut the hunger up with cow's milk at this point. Fashion the state trooper mobile into a welding truck. I'll take it down to the tools store and load up any potential welding related stuff that got left there. Not actually that much welding stuff here. there's somebody outside. Multiple somebody.
Whenever you get into a street fight, the street always wins.
This is easier. Yeah, okay, we'll definitely use that route. Now able to read welding volume 2. Yeah, that's right. I just drank some wine. That's all right. We're not driving anywhere right now. Now, I probably should have known that doing that, drinking a little bit of wine, actually it makes everything you do slower, and I think it might even impact experience gain. So I'm just going to sleep that off. It shut the hunger up, and it actually got some decent calories in my system. I have no idea what my calories are, but I know I'm still in weight gain. How do I know I'm still in weight gain? That's what the UI tells me. See, now we get 16 per floor. We actually have a full set of welding books, but we never unpacked it. The welding 1 copy that I put in here was a dupe. Oh, it's September 1st today. Okay, cool. We have got crops to plant. I burned the time a little faster than I thought I would. I don't know what electrical level you have to be to craft a battery connector. I can't remember if I've ever tried at lower levels. exterior light somewhere here. I don't know what level you have to be, but I'm clearly not there yet. It's probably one of those higher level things. Warning, restricted area. Open for business. Yeah. Alright, we got a bag full of seeds, and 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 crop plots to work with. Definitely gonna do hemp. Hemp and barley for this first row. We're going to get a lot of muscle strain from doing this all at once. That's okay. We'll survive. I'm going to give her some painkillers, make sure that she doesn't feel it. So wheat, rye, and flax I'm going to do full rows of, because those at least have a known purpose. The last couple of rows will be spent on... I'm going to split one between hemp and hops. Because I only have five hemp seeds, so I actually have to. And then barley. There's our 5 rows. Okay. Damn it. There we go. I forgot that planting and watering also causes muscle strain. She's going to be absolutely miserable for a short period of time here. I apologize, Nora. Alright, so the pain has gone away. We jump into bed right now before the pain comes back. Now, if we double check our stone mill determines what can make vegetable oil out of the seeds of the stuff that we've planted. Black seeds or hemp seeds, those are the only two options. Flour, you can use barley, rye, or wheat. Sunflower seeds, you can also get seed paste, but that costs more seeds. I may do a couple more rows of flax. Because, hang on a second, there's something else you can do with flax, if I'm not mistaken. You can craft twine from it. Flax tow. You got a flax... Oh, there's a whole set of infrastructure for this. Let me see what this looks like. I think it's one of those things you just make with carpentry. Scutching board. And heckle comb. So for flax or hemp, that's how you get scutched flax. And you take the scutched flax and you heckle it. And that's how you get a flax tow. So both of these things are for processing flax. So there is flax infrastructure up and waiting for us, basically. I have no idea what the electric blower forge is actually supposed to do. It's been in the game from the very beginning, but it doesn't do anything. It's just kind of stands there and looks pretty. I used it as a decoration last time I did anything with it. We're up to 10 hours, 46 minutes, so I have about a little under an hour left to work around here. We're definitely going to want to get more crops planted before we do anything else. Let's get out one of these backpacks here. Gonna get another shipment of sand, and there's already a shipment of dirt up there, I believe. If I have that backwards, then hold on. I might have that backwards. I need to confirm. I remember I have a shipment of 18 sacks of something up there, and I was pretty sure it was dirt, but let's confirm. If it's actually sand, then my job just got a lot easier. It's dirt. Okay. That's just wanted to confirm. Let me check how many more seeds I actually have. I slightly over-prepared, and that's okay because I will always need more room for crops. So that, shit, 30, okay. 3 rows, then. Dirt, and here's sand. Here's dirt. Here's sand. So there's 1, 2, and 3 right there. One, 2, 10 outer. Going back. So we still got a little bit of both dirt and sand here. I'm going to leave both of those collections in a couple of garbage bags here. We're going to take a bath while we're up here. Alright, so I need to regenerate the water here. Regenerate these tiles. What I'm going to do is go back to base and bring back 3 more buckets. I know I have 3 more buckets kicking around the place. That will also get the terrain to redraw properly. I'm not counting this one here because this is my car wash bucket. I ain't using that yet. I know there's... Okay, we got 2 on the floor right here. I think I have a couple more than this. That's me, I'm out of buckets. Ah, there's one right here. Okay. I knew I had 3 kicking around somewhere. Oh, shit. Fuck, that's hops. That's alright. Not too late. 2 hop seeds have been wasted. Oops. I was supposed to get out flax, not hops. Hops is one of those things I'm not even sure if there's anything I can do with it. It does mean I got all of my counting wrong. But that's okay. That just means we're going to have 10 flax seeds left over. Providing me with a good time. Those hop seeds out of my inventory. It was confusing me. Should have left them. Here we go. Perfect. And just as we hit 11 hours, we got all of the September crops planted. That is good. That is very good. We've gotten a lot accomplished this stream. Got a lot of skills leveled up. Got a lot of crops planted. And we're not quite done yet, but we're getting pretty close there. And we are going to hit the sack early tonight because the muscle strain built up again. We have successfully used up 100% of all of our perishable foods except for garnishings like lime and marigold. I am proud of me for that. What that could mean tomorrow morning we could just go fishing. We get a plus 100% boost to fishing right now because of the silly balance breakage. Yeah, why not? I'll nuke my proteins into orbit. Just fucking shit up, fam. Even the lady singing the song is agreeing with me. You hear her? She's saying yes. Unfortunately, this is not a good time of day for fishing. We probably don't need to read the whole agriculture book. There is a TV show for that. Might get us straight through the first 3 levels just with that. Unfortunately, we don't actually have the TV show episode, but that's okay because we don't need to. We don't actually need agriculture skill for a little while. all the basic stuff requires welding level 3. Even if you have the recipe, which I only have some. That's pretty cool. I don't even think I'll be able to get this entire car pulled apart before the next level pops. There we go. Some small form food. I'm gonna loot the grocery store to the south here. All right. Damn it. That's surprisingly... So I was hoping that I would finish reading the book just before nighttime so that I could finish breaking this thing down, but the book popped and it's there now. It's my bedtime. That's alright, I can at least get this last window out. I can shut the, is it necessary? No. Do I want it? Yeah. A little early, but we're going to go ahead and hit the sack, get some daylight back. And the rain is not done. I almost said a word.
Both.
6. Damn it. Well, I got in the middle of the night here. There was a heavy-duty vehicle down here, but it's all standard. Kind of 9mm do I have right now? I got plenty. Might as well end things with a bit of a bang here. Right. 8 rounds. That heard a sound that sounded like a scratch. I'm alright. 2 rounds. Alright, 11 hours, 50 minutes, so I've actually got to get cut off within 5 or so more minutes here. I'm going to bring back the vehicle that I wanted to bring back with me here. This is a mechanic's vehicle, so there's probably going to be vehicle parts in it of some kind. So regardless of what happens to it, it'll have a home over here somewhere. I was just going to harvest it for parts, but yeah, we may do something else with it. I'll figure that out at the beginning of next stream. Alright, looks like nobody tailed me all the way back here, so I've got to bail pretty much now, folks. We've had a good one. Let me go ahead and prepare the I was till I took off the mask. There we go, base evolution shot. Alright, yep, have a good one, folks. Last thing we always do here is back up our save. This is part 4, I believe. Oops. Here is my saves folder. Apocalypse. Control C for the latest save. And then up to my backups folder. And create a new folder called 4. And Control V. It'll take a few minutes. I shall catch you all on the next one. Everybody have a great day now.